Hello everybody. I am currently missing players, so don't mind me for a little bit. Just trying to find our players. Just give me a few. And get this sorted out. Taking some action. Of course I'm missing players. Oh, what a day. What a day. Alright. I don't know where my players are. Just gonna have to try and deal with it. Let me reset the donation goal. Ah, never mind, they're coming. Perfect. Crisis of it. I was about to say today's not the day. Today is not the day for the players not to show up. Today's just not that day. I've been out, I've been busy, I've been dealing with news and family stuff. I'm just... Yeah, and today is not the day for players not to show up. I tell you guys that much for free. I got any jokes for the chat? I had the craziest thing yesterday. I was telling Helen about my Starcraft jokes, and I was like, I told her, I said, I said the one, I was like, why did the Adept cross the road? Because it cancelled its shade, right? And she was like, I don't get it. And I was like, well, it's just like the chicken crossed the road, like, it makes no sense. She's like, no, but is like, she was like, is the Adept suicidal? And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, because when the chicken crossed the road, it gets to the other side, aka it dies crossing the road because it gets to the other side. And that's what the other side means, right? You get to the other side, aka you die, you pass to the other side. And I was like, wait, that's actually a joke? I thought it was just like a dead end, like, you expect something funny, it's like, well, he was just crossing the road, you know? And she's like, no, surely not. And so we had this big discussion / debate about what the chicken crossing the road joke actually means. Looked it up. It can be both. This blew my mind. I was like, I never even thought of it like that, but it actually, I was like, that makes so much sense. That makes it like way more of a clever joke than if you don't say this. Like than what I thought it was. I was like, this is mind blowing. I'm gonna tell this story again later when we've got more people here, because I want to see if anyone else's minds get blown by this, or if it's me just being an idiot. Crazy. Mind actually blown. Alright, some videos have come through. We're going to play Leylines Map 1. Is going to be TVT to start us off, guys. Let's drop this down. Leylines, Ultra Love, and Frostline. Perfect. For the TVT. So yeah, I never realized that the chicken crossing the road joke had so much potential depth to it. This honestly, this honestly was like, like if something, yeah, it's very rare in this day and age. You get to your 30s, it's very rare something like blows your mind. This truly blew my mind. This truly blew my mind that it made so much sense. Mind blown. Never thought of it that way. That's why I was like, Oh my god! And she was like, I don't understand what you're saying when you're like, you know, when you're saying it's just like, it was just like a joke. Like, it makes no sense. It's not meant to be funny. I was like, no, that's the point. Like, it sets it up to be like, oh, there's some funny answer, but it's like, well, he was just crossing the road. It's like, oh, there you go. Like, it's like kind of humor. And she was like, I don't understand that at all. No. Oh, this was honestly like, this elevated the chicken cross the road to a whole new level. When you heard this shade joke yesterday, you think that makes zero sense? Well, that's what I thought about the chicken joke. Why does the chicken cross the road to get to the other side? I was like, that's not a joke. That's just setting you up for a joke that's disappointment in the end. Like that's what I think about the chicken joke. That's why I thought that joke was. It sets you up to laugh, and you're like, oh yeah, to cross. So I'm like, why did the adept chuck to cross the road? Because he forgot to cancel the shade. It's just as stupid, you know. Honestly, this absolutely blew my mind. Crazy. Top right hand side, our blue Terran player as we kick off into today's Boomer Bash action. We are going to start things off with Ryung. And in the bottom left, our red Terran from Team Liquid is Cure. What's up, Robert Thari? Thank you so much for the 100 bits. Happy day. Thank you so much, mate. Appreciate the bits. It has been a morning, so yeah. I appreciate the bits. Thank you so much. If I'm a bit frazzled today, guys, I apologize. Like I said, I'm a little bit here, there, everywhere this morning, so just apologize in advance because it's just been a little bit like that. Some cool news on Twitch. We got approved for Twitch front page. So Warditv Mondays, not this week coming, but the week after, is going to be on the front page of Twitch. So that's very exciting. So that's some cool news. Share that with you guys. I might try and do a double stream because we actually have 8 hours of potential front page time. So we'll try and make the most of that. So that's kind of cool. I didn't mention this during Group B, and I felt really bad because as soon as I turned the stream off, I was like, wait, I completely forgot to mention that this tournament, the Boomer Bash, is sponsored by Create Entertainment. I completely forgot to mention this during Group B. They're very chill and casual about it, which is probably why I just forgot, but absolutely worth mentioning that this tournament is brought to you by Create Entertainment. I'd love it if you checked out their games, !Create in the chat. They put up the entirety of the prize pool for this event. They didn't just put a bit of it in, they put the entire prize pool up, so put the link in the Twitch chat if you want to check that out. And, yeah. Awesome. I'll mention that again later when we've got some more viewers as well. If I forget someone, you know, your Twitch chat is now officially your job to remind me. But yeah, there you go, guys. That's literally my life update. I'm frazzled. We got Twitch front page, and Create Entertainment is sponsoring the tournament that I forgot to mention the other day, so beautiful. Alright, Marine gonna come through. Reaper just gonna get chased for a little bit. Hellion coming up, Command Center on the way. As we just have our factory, barracks, and CC all continuing to come about. Reactor coming through as well. And this Reaper will be heading about too. This other Reaper on the move currently. In your 32 years of existence, the outdoor road would be the way that... honestly, this blew my mind. Actually blew my mind. Actually crazy. Oh, a couple of Reapers and a Hellion gather up together as we get set up. I was going to see a couple of Reapers and a Hellion join up. Marines and Reaper hanging about. As Marines move up this ramp, one Reaper's going to go down. Only with the Marines here is obviously pretty weak. His Cyclone's going to be here soon. Right now it's about minimizing damage. The longer it takes Q to break through these units, the less time he has to kind of hit a mineral line before the Cyclone's out, right? So just essentially splitting up, because it's not going to be a great trade for you as Ryung, but you just make it as slow as possible for your opponent, and boom, you can go from there. You're trying to find sponsors for your little brother's school football carnival, and the only one you could get was a Kratom company? What's that? I don't even know what that is. It's a moment where I look silly. I feel like today is a the legal opioid drink. That's what I got from Googling this. I was like, this is where I went silent. I was trying to make sense of what I was reading. Interesting. They should give out free samples. Yeah. So that would be a wild time. The little kids football team has never been so fun. We are going to see units going to poke forward here from here, but Ryung actually has a lot of Marines again now, and he's obviously going to be playing this little bit of an off style for TVT, so by playing into the second racks very quickly, by getting into that stim pack fairly quickly as well, you're basically going into very fast bio play, and by going into very fast bio play, you're setting yourself up for some potential success by being able to kind of hit, and if your opponent has to play very defensively, because they're not going to have the Marine force to fight you, so you need to rely heavily on the tanks. If you can find the opening, if you can find the gap in the armor to sink the knife into, and the knife being 60 Marines and medevacs, you can be so deadly here. And it's actually only 12 Marines, but you can be very, very deadly here and very, have a lot of potential to get something done. The problem is you're going to be lacking in a lot of other ways. You're behind on tech. There's going to be Ravens for your opponents. There are, things here for Q that are going to be very good. If nothing else happens, if no damage is dealt, Q is just going to waltz on forward and just be like, brilliant, this is great, I love this. So, yeah, that's kind of where we stand. That's where we are at. A couple of medevacs are starting to move through the bottom, but do not get there. Stim in the +1 coming up as well. Few Marines unloading out of the medevacs. And we get set to run in toward the third base here as the tank gathers up. Marines are going to stim. We split. Cyclone dealing some damage. A couple shots onto the Raven. And that's going to be Ryung not really doing much of anything. So the scary part is almost already survived by Q, his own stim pack coming up. Tanks getting into higher numbers. Has the Ravens to help him break into positions himself. So all of that looking good. Looking good at the moment. Has ESL been cancelled? Well, it's not been renewed. But it's also not being cancelled officially yet. I mean, we just don't know still. We eagerly await some news. Eagerly await some news. A couple tanks there just going to get a grab. Hellion goes down. 1-1 upgrades come through. The combat shield is going to start as well from Q. It's going to get that underway as well. Ravens just going to hang out overhead and just going to be, yeah, like I say, we gather everything up. Combat shield is done from Ryung, so that is still an advantage on the bio that he will have. He still has a little bit more army supply. It's just defender's advantage in TVT is such a big factor that generally you're not really expecting this to do much of anything right here. As a few Marines step forward, we're going to try and stem after a Cyclone. It's not really a big loss at this stage of the game. There's a reason it's being sent forward as a scouting unit. Maybe you get some shots off on a medevac that tries to fly through, or some other harassing unit that tries to fly through. In this case, it gets caught by Marines. This is interesting, though. Big load up, and if we get to the main base with a lot of units, potential for sure. We're going to commit through the missile turret, I'm pretty sure. There's not going to turn you around. As we are going to get fully in. The problem is, because the missile turrets are there, you're not going to really get out as Ryung, so you've got to make this count. And right now, he's making a count for a lot, as he's actually going to be able to get the orbital, I think, if he wants to target fire that down. He's hitting the refineries and so on, but I actually think the orbital is a realistic target. The SCVs are pulled very far away. He turns his attention to it now. Meanwhile, he's going to... yeah, there's still 3 tanks here. I think Ryung is not really realizing just how much is going to be there. And, oh, well, yep, there's the Raven defense. Ravens are going to get picked off, pushed back. It's going to be seeing our, again, T2 upgrades plus 1 vehicle weapons continue to come through. CC coming about as well. Marine tank still into the middle of the map. Got one single Marine leading forward. The Marine's going to get through there. Siege tank going to get taken out, the one that's sieging. Ryung lost a lot, but he's still not... maybe he is just terribly behind. I mean, he's not numbers-wise behind an army supply by much, but he doesn't have anything here. Another tank just going to get... I mean, he's missing tanks, right? He lost all of his tanks in the main base, which is obviously a major issue coming through from this, and now he's not going to have a lot of holding position, basically, as we knock one more tank down. The Marines continue to step up. Pure looking very good for this opening game. And another couple of the tanks just continue to settle. And a few more Marines getting picked. And get rid of all of those. Yeah, okay, this is disastrous. This is the problem. Ravens are just so good. Ravens were the reason he was able to defend in the main base eventually, even after taking some damage. And then you come across the map and Ryung lost his tanks. Puts you into a very difficult position. It felt so good for Ryung too. That drop feels so nice. You just need to find more out of it. And like I say, I actually wonder what would have happened if he didn't give up the units on the front. Like, he ran those units to the third. They could have been maybe more of a threat if they hadn't just given themselves up in that moment. That could have been neat. There's a couple of tanks. Siege up as well. Orbital command goes down. The SCV still moving. 6 workers have dropped. We pull back with the Marines just a teeny bit as the medevacs move up through the top side. Tanks is going to siege up again. I mean, we're just winning this one tank at a time. This first game is going to go the way of Cure. He's going to be looking good. He's going to take the opening game of this best of 3. I mean, Ryung's going to put some heart into it and counterattack. Credit to Ryung. He's going to give it a go. Marine step through, and those few Marines going to get chased around. All of those SCVs get nipped off as well. It's just going to take those out. Yeah, it's actually a nice counterattack for Ryung. It's got bigger hope than anything else. Get a couple medevacs, the Marines, the tank all coming through there, and the other tanks pulling back up to the high ground. Marines will continue to chase and get rid of that orbital. There's the tank siege up once more. 2-2, very much so still on the way in. Medevacs, Marines, and a siege tank coming up also here. We'll just have the reactor and take a little bit more damage. Still coming over. There's a couple more depots going down. Like I said, it's been a pretty nice push from Ryung. It's just the position of Kira across the map is way more dangerous than the position of Ryung, and Ryung's already had his production shut down. So Ryung is not really going to be able to do too much else at this point. Kira obviously has a massive army at home. He doesn't even need to think about retreating realistically. Ryung is mining off a planetary over on the top, but Kira is mining off a natural and the remnants of his main still, so he's kind of fine. He has resources on those bases to mine from at this point, so that really does just leave you in a position where you can make that work. As these Marines step forward, they will just trip bait the SCVs and so into tank fire. Not really do much else right now, as these Marines don't even have medevacs, so yeah, Ryung is going to probably just give it a go on the other side of the map, and he's going to get overwhelmed. GG, and Q will take our opening game of today's Boomer Bash Group C, brought to you by Create Entertainment. Let's hop into... I'm going to have to run some ads, guys, just because we're early in the day. I would just, in case we get a long game, I'd rather be safe than sorry, so it's just been one map, but sneak those ads in now and just try and get ahead of it. As our second map will be Ultra Love, picked by Ryung. Yo, Ian M7 on the 10 gifted subs. Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Thank you for helping out the sub count. They're going to go out to Techno Hamster, El Muerte, Irium, Molten, Mineral 4R7s, Oriel Stormgate, Evil Fluffy Tuna, Astan83, The Parcher Bro, and Anya. Thank you so much, Ian, for the 10 gifted subs. You guys are feeling generous and want to be an esports legend like Ian has just shown you how to be. Consider subscribing today. Use your primes, use your regular subs. Gift away if you're feeling super generous. Thank you, Ian, for leading us on, showing the way, and dropping the subs. We appreciate it. Thank you so much, man. Thank you, thank you. So we are going to count down and get ready to go into Ultra Love. In the bottom left-hand corner of the map, our red Terran here. Repping Vitality, of course. Down a map. Let's see if he can bounce back. It is Ryung. He's one of the definitions of Boomer. For sure, especially when it comes to Starcraft. You're one of the older guys who's been around a long time. Cure? Actually up there as well. Well, we get set up, we get this underway. And let's see what's going to be happening here as we take a few moments in this second game of the best of 3. So we get that underway and started. We do have our refineries coming up. And our barracks coming through as we get this all settled. Double gas of Ryung, single gas from Kua, so a bit more on the offensive side of things from Ryung this game. See what he can try to do with that. Get that set up and hopefully rolling very shortly. We'll drop one depot down over to the side. I'll drop the CC in on the natural as well. It's just going to bring that up, get that underway. Just start to move on through. And Reaper is going to be popping out of that barracks. Do we know who's the most boomer in the tourney? What the oldest person in the tournament? Is that the only thing I can imagine is what most boomer means? The oldest person in the tournament must be like TLO, no? I don't know if TLO is old, because I mean TLO was a brutal guy as well. TLO is 34. Ryung is like 33, I think. Yeah, Ryung's 33. So yeah, Ryung is up there, because Q is I think 31 as well. Boom is an energy. Who acts the oldest? Who does act the oldest? I feel like Horstemark is quite old. Quite mature, very slow, methodical. Says things in a fairly smart way. He gives an old guy vibe off of him sometimes, you know. Thoughts? Man, just acts like a boomer. What a statement. What a statement. Alright, we are chilling here. Let's take a couple of moments and settle down. Wait to get things up and running well and truly. And see what the plan might be here as we, again, get things a-rolling and started. Going to be having ourselves the Ravens and the Matrix coming up, so that already coming through. It's not going to be too much of a surprise. Not early on, at least, so pretty chill, pretty regular, just for the moment. So wait to see where we will go. Nothing wrong with taking a few moments here early. Like I say, both of them going into Ravens, so we're seeing a much more kind of passive and kind of expected, kind of slower game. What we saw last game was a little bit of the oddity, right? It was definitely the weirder side of things. It was not the norm. So that's definitely the situation here. A little bit more normal this time around. Going to play it a bit more regularly. We kind of just go from there and see where we end up. You know, I'm gonna step through as well. Just gonna move about a little bit and get settled here. Take a few moments to ready up, see where we're gonna go. Goblin Marines and the tank step out. Obviously, taking the third base is going to be one of those things you want to move towards at some point, but there's no third actually on the way from Ryung. What he is doing is building a second starport, which makes this a very committed two-base commitment. It's going to be an interesting fight as he kind of gets out auto-turreted here, because he started to build Vikings, the third Raven coming through quite heavily for Cure. This trade-out goes the way of Ryung in the end, though. He's going to start getting rid of each and every one of his opponent's Ravens. Still has the Vikings in the sky. Will be able to go after this final siege tank, and he's going to knock Cure's army down. This is not where Cure wants to be, because, as mentioned, we are in a situation right now where, well, yes, we're going to be basically going across the map as Ryung with a two-base all-in, and we traded out, but Ryung should get stuff up more quickly to go again than what his opponent is able to do. So that to me is the difference right now. That is kind of where we stand. Interesting moment or so as we take a second to figure out what we'll head into over the next few moments with the push of Ryung setting up. Like I say, he's going to have that double starport to build up on. So we will see if it's going to be good enough for him, if it's a possibility to actually kind of take a position here and get rid of this third. He's going to build his own third in location behind this. He does have, he had the tank in reach there as we're going to go trading Vikings, so going back and forth from that for a few moments as well. Not too crazy at the end of all of this. Just have the Vikings very much so staying up in the skies and hanging around, staying strong for the moment as... Yeah, that air control is going to be a big part. At some point, you want to try and sneak in maybe a Liberator so you can start to push back your opponent as well. If you can do that, that's brilliant. Really just start to push him away from this position and trying to, you know, get the tanks unsieged. That's where you put your opponent under a lot of pressure, and that's where you can really see a lot of success some of the time as well. So I'd imagine that is going to be something of a priority here as well. Tank's going to step back over, so we move over here once more. And Vikings moving about. We have ourselves the couple on the ground from Cure just being hunted to make sure they don't get back over. So Ryung really wants to try and keep control of what he already has control over, which obviously makes a ton of sense. No surprises there at all. That is absolutely logical. So yeah, no surprises on that one. To actually get rid of one of the Vikings. So yeah, any Viking you get rid of here, you can have even more air control against your opponent, and that's just going to improve the situation for you. As a couple of Vikings are going to hop back up, we're going to move around once again. Okay, let's just up a little bit of supply. Austin does have old man energy. Sorry, I'm catching back up on chat from the last 5 minutes. Yeah, no, I really feel like he just has that vibe, you know? Does anyone say things I don't have the micro for that these days? I feel like that's what Austin would say. I don't know if that's just because we interact with Austin a lot and he's very open about sometimes getting stumped a little. This game obviously did not go quite the way that Ryung wanted it to, because his push never really kind of came to fruition. He's going to get stimmed on here. 2 of his tanks on siege on this base. That's not good. He's going to have to pull the SCVs. He's playing mech, so you can kind of afford to be a bit behind, but losing 20 SCVs just because you didn't realize this was coming. When you have the tanks there to deal with this as well is what's bad about it, right? Because you could have dealt with this very easily, and instead, because landing the Vikings isn't going to be pretty, because the Marines are still here. Messy, messy, messy from Ryung. 24 dead SCVs. All of his Vikings just died. Yeah, he's going to say GG. He knows when the game is up, and this one is very much so up. GG's, and that is going to come to a close. Alright, Ryung does not get the best of starts. Cure is able to look good in the TVT. And we are going to be heading ourselves through to more action here very shortly. We're going to be heading on over to some Terran versus Protoss. So, we're going to get Ryung versus Hero on the way. We just need Hero, who is already on the way to logging in. And we'll get that ready to go. We'll kick this off. Sensei would have been huge. Yeah, I think because he was kind of playing, you know, somewhat aggressively at first, he didn't take the precautions defensively. It was kind of a weird game. I wonder if in the end the fight for Kyo was actually good, where he like slowed Ryung from massing up as much. And so when Ryung got into position, it wasn't really enough to do anything, even though he had air control and so on. I wonder if that's a little bit of a factor. as we get ready to go into our next game here. Who was first last time? Oh. Alright, Hero vs. Ryung coming up, guys. I'm just going to throw ads on again just to really give us a good buffer. Hopefully, if our first game isn't like long, it means we shouldn't have to run any through this series, basically. So that's a nice bonus. Big thumbs up on that one. Alright, so we'll get that sorted. Like I said, we've got videos to do, so you guys aren't missing anything during ads anyway, apart from me just sitting here and selling out and telling you guys to give us money. Not really. Tried an exciting new thing today in today's YouTube upload. There's a Wardy voiceover where I come in and we're like, well, guys, don't forget to subscribe and like. We appreciate it. Helps the stream out so much. It's gonna be insane. Probably not, but hope you're doing well. Thanks to great SC vids and keep them coming. Hell yeah, thank you so much for dropping by and thanks for the words. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hell yeah, we're going to keep the Starcraft coming. Don't gotta worry about that one as we get ready for our second matchup in today's Boomer Bash group. 4 players, 6 best of 3s. Group D tomorrow as well. Coming through Mana, Classic, Lambo, and Bunny. I like tomorrow's group. I think tomorrow's group's very fun. I think that's going to be quite entertaining. So I think that'll be fun. As we will take a few moments. Alright guys, I'm going to pick your brains. Okay, are you guys ready to have your brains picked? What we need is, I want suggestions from you guys. So this June, we're gonna be 10 years, or we're gonna have streamed 10 years full time on StarCraft 2. So what we're gonna be doing is we're gonna be doing a streamathon, not a subathon, because it's gonna be a set time. Anyway, it's gonna be like 1 week, pretty much. So we're going to do 1 week where we stream like a lot of hours every day. We keep the stream live overnight and stuff. So there's going to be like sub goals and stuff like that. So kind of like subathon-esque, but not endless, basically. So I was thinking, I've been thinking of some ideas for like rewards we can do for certain subscriber goals and stuff during the streamathon. Of some stuff we can do. For example, I think like the room tour and like talking about all the different like collectibles and stuff would be kind of cool. So I've got that written down. I've got like a viewer tournament I thought would be kind of fun. Actually, let you guys come and play and get streamed and casted would be kind of neat. So I've got a couple of things down. But, Wardy ladder games, there will probably be Wardy ladder games. We'll probably do like 10 subs equals 1 ladder game or something. Like every 10 subs is 1 ladder game or something. We'll just fill in ladder games as we can. But yeah, any kind of sub goals and stuff like that is probably what we're kind of looking at. So if you guys have any ideas or any fun thoughts or fun additions, I have like we're gonna be doing some like watch party stuff as well. I have like a Cast of Civil War behind the scenes talk, like where we talk through everything that went into Cast of Civil War and rewatch the trailer and talk about the process of putting together like a big event or something. You want Ellie to cast too? Oh wait, no, we're missing someone, no? Am I missing a caster? I don't know, the players are ready. Hero and Ryung hosting up. You went in, you should have been quick. Yeah, we can have an Ellie, I don't know, maybe we could do an Ellie like, maybe we could do like an Ellie IRL walk or something, or Ellie IRL garden stream. Something like that. Perhaps. Maybe. That'd be fun. An Ellie IRL garden stream. The problem with Ellie in the garden is that she runs around and just eats grass. Don't know how great it would be. Bottom left, I read Bros player. Probably our favorite for today's group. This is going to be Hero. And we have, of course, on the top right side of our map, our blue Terran player, Ryung. Barbecue. Well, an IRL barbecue. That's a possibility. Ellie likes a barbecue. Usually when we have a barbecue, Ellie has a little plate of her own stuff to have. She loves it. Is doing campaigns something that interests me? There's a lot of interesting mods these days. But I haven't even played the StarCraft 2 campaigns without, I haven't even played StarCraft 2 campaigns without mods, so... Maybe we could do that as a goal, like what he plays 3 hours of a campaign. Yeah, I don't know what we could do at least for an Ellie stream. I'm trying to think what would be easy to set up without having to, like, basically move a bunch of shit downstairs and stuff, you know? I used to be able to stream from my phone, but I don't know if my phone still does that, if it needs to be plugged in or so. Oh, not stream from my phone, but I used to be able to use my phone's camera and link it to my PC. I think we can still do that. Yeah, those are the things that were... That's what I'm kind of planning. I think we'll be able to make some fun stuff happen. Maybe some monthly TVT tourneys. The problem with running monthly TVT stuff is it costs too much, unfortunately. eThermal is running a bunch of TVT stuff now, though. He actually got a bunch of funding for it, so... Yeah, the problem is the viewership isn't quite there for TV2, and you kind of need to put more money into TV2 because of the fact there's 2 players on each team. So it just doesn't really pay out, you know, unfortunately. I like it when we do the team game stuff when we do get a chance. It's always fun. Adept hanging about, Stargate coming over, a couple of probes being added in. Missing that Adept shading away, the couple of Hellions coming through, Starport is in production. Add a tech lab on in there. Hope Ryung doesn't get too bullied in this group. I don't think Ryung minds. He's probably going to cast the games that he doesn't play in, and hey, you know, even if you get bullied, you get money for showing up today, so it's not a bad thing. Oh, we'll have to do a marble stream as part of the streamathon. That's 100% an addition we need. Team leagues with 1 2v2 were fun back in the day. Did we ever run the tournament where it was like it was teams of 2 and you would play A versus B? For example, each team would have like, so you'd have A1 versus B1, A2 versus B2, 2v2, and then like A1 versus B2, A2 versus B1, where A2 and A1 are like different players on the same team. I always thought that was a fun concept. I feel like we ran that at some point, no? Or maybe someone ran that at some point. Maybe I think Crank ran that at some point, like a Crank thing. I feel like Crank ran something like that. I always thought that was a fun tournament concept. Had some 2v2s in with 1v1s. Yeah, that was very fun. Yeah, if it has happened, it was quite a while ago. This is not like the last couple of years. I would have remembered it, I think. Maybe that'd be fun. We'll have to add some fun tournament formats in as well for some sub-goals. As these Phoenix are going to come through, they're going to lift off a Cyclone. The Phoenix there going to get taken down. Another Cyclone going to get picked away at. The Adept's going to continue to go down as well. You like the offer is turn with your opponent's main race? Yeah. That's a fun idea as well for a tournament. There's always some fun ideas that we can do. As the Banshee is going to go and hit the probes for a couple of moments here. Just going to be seeing the Phoenix are flying overhead. The Banshee is trying to get some more kills. It's about to get the battery drained of energy. We get one more probe as then the Banshee runs out of energy and it goes down. Players getting to pick opponents' races. Yeah, that was just yesterday, I actually think. It would also be kind of fun. We'll have Clem as Protoss. Only if he plays against a Protoss. Oh wait, everyone's a Protoss. Heh. Shit. Well, that's good for Clem. But maybe Clem's Zerg isn't very good, you know? Maybe he dies to like a Zerg. Also, Clem's Protoss is mostly good in PvT. It's not as crazy good in PvP and PvZ, I imagine. If Phoenix get in, they get a few SCVs, as Hero definitely playing a style of play that helps them to control this game to try and stop Ryung from getting into too crazy a situation. I do feel like Ryung took a map off Hero recently, though. If I do a legal, I can actually check their results. I feel like I remember seeing Ryung. I think it was in Warditv Monday, where Ryung took a map off of Hero. Let's have a peek. Let's have a peek. Yeah, oh, the Warditv Boomer Bash qualifier in the round of 8. There you go. Ryung took a map of Hero in the Boomer Bash qualifier and in Warditv Mondays, but that was actually in September, so that definitely was not what I was thinking of. Not December, actually. Yeah, okay, it's still not what I was thinking of. As whoa, we got the Twilight Council, we denied charge. That's actually kind of nice. If you're going to try and move into a charge army, then that's actually kind of huge. And we had been moving into charge. The first boss is only just on the way up now. Going to target down a Phoenix. How many of these Phoenix do we get? 2. Gonna try for 3, but the Zelds are putting in work. We might go back with the Phoenix there as well to obviously minimize the effects. The Phoenix come back across into the main base. A couple Cyclones will be there with the Hellions and the Banshee. Continue to try and push for some damage here. Not a bad little moment though. I mean, denying charge is a pretty big deal, to be fair, for the most part. I like that a lot. Very cool. I don't think it's going to come over. The rocks have just died as well. Let's see, we do have Phoenix continue to gather up. Fire Council on the way in. Ooh, what if... Okay, because... What if we made a... Okay, what if we combine ideas? What if we made the team... What if we had the 1v1, 2v2 combined tournament? But that was also like off racy, like you didn't play main race. What if like, yeah, that would actually be really fun because then all of the games are kind of out there and crazy. Actually might be very fun. Until we end up with a bunch of ZVZ. Because everyone picks Zerg as their opponent's off race. Well, a little bit of Bio going to be shooting. There's going to take some damage. The Phoenix are there to push the Banshee back. Observer sets up overhead, and we will see the Colossus laser down a couple of Widow Mines right off the bat there as well, so able to take that out. He's going to step across. A couple of SCVs dropped from the Phoenix. Again, the Colossus coming through, the Temple Archives, and the Forge coming up as well. Just get rid of a couple more SCVs again. It's going to be 4 or 5. Vikings stepping up with the Marines underneath, and we are going to push those Phoenix away. This game's in a very cool, chill, playable position for the moment. The mine's going off and actually hitting the Phoenix kind of hard, which is nice because you're knocking that Phoenix count down. Not that it's super high. And the ship weapons coming up, the T2 upgrade starting. We have our Storm on the way still from Hero as well, so we continue to bring that Storm up, a couple of cannons coming online as well. Bringing all of this online for the moment. Bio gathering, again, Vikings and Medivacs join up, Storm, 2-2, all on the way in. We get a couple of High Templars added in. And your Hero's army is going to be fantastic, but Ryung's army is what you should need to kind of deal with this, so we'll see how that goes. push coming down. And the couple of high tempos are going to ready themselves for a storm comes in. It's a warning storm, hits some of the Vikings. The ghosts are going to step up. Got a feedback on the ghost that already... Oh, I guess the ghost hasn't done much, but... Goes down, we get rid of the observer that was there, as we are going to be seeing the Vikings just continue to kite. Against the Phoenix currently, obviously, Colossus aren't getting in reach. Nothing really getting in reach there for Hero at all. Very uninteresting kind of fight so far. See the couple of shots still coming through. We have a +2 attack upgrade finishing. As we continue to step up, a little EMP coming down. This is the kind of fight you want as Hero, where you actually have a chance to get your splash damage into play. Ryung running backwards, needs to try and get a ghost for it. He needs to split and deal with these high tempo. That first high tempo didn't get a second storm off. That next storm is very nice. Ryung's supply is holding fairly strong. The Vikings doing their thing, hitting the Colossus. Units from the other side. Colossus will fall. We lose a lot of SCVs, but this entire Protoss army is gone. A handful of Stalkers will get away. But that is a very successful defense from Ryung. Hero does have money to spend in terms of his bank. He's actually got a lot of money to spend. He starts 3-3. He starts Blink. There's a massive Zal warping over here, so that's where a lot of units are coming from. Ryung, if you have anything to deal with that, he starts pulling back now, arguably a little late. The Planetary will help defend. The third base is already a bit ravaged. Hero's going to do what he needs to do, which is buy time. Time is absolutely what Hero needs, but I feel like I don't know what he's doing. He went past that Planetary, now he went back into the Planetary. Yo, booyah for all. Thank you so much for the 26-month resub. The monthly Ellie toy donation. Hell yeah, thank you so much. Appreciate it as Bio pulls back. The Zards are going to charge up. Stalker Immortal coming through as well. We continue to chase there. A few of those Zealots getting knocked away at, getting hunted down. Storm's coming about. A lot of those Stalkers taking damage. Going to jump onto the Immortal here. My Templars already have no Storm. This is a winnable fight for Ryung, as he's even going to get the Colossus with ease. Stalkers will have to start blinking away, abandon that Archon. One Stalker. Yeah, I mean, just give it up, Hero. Just say you lost everything. Yeah, he lost everything. He really did. These High Templars don't have energy right now, and so stepping forward, Ryung is going to get this base. Okay, energy overcharge gives you one Storm. Ryung needs to be not too afraid, though. And that's it. That's the EMP you're looking for. The other High Templar probably has a Storm in a moment, though. One Storm doesn't change this, however. Morphs the Archon anyway. To be fair, there's no Ghosts or EMPs remaining, so you can't actually do much in terms of getting rid of Archons. And Ryung is going to step through. Who said, let's hope Ryung doesn't get too bullied in this group? What if Ryung does all of the bullying outside of the TVT? Hero's the one getting bullied in the end. As Hero loses the bottom base. He's actually expanding bottom right, which Ryung did not see, so he could obviously very easily go and cancel that, but he's not done so just yet. Medevacs load up, go into the main. Just gonna load straight in. The Archon gonna take a little bit more damage. We have ourselves the Colossus. There is actually gonna lose the fight to that Marauder, I think. Yep. On the right side, you see the Marauder took on a Colossus and won. We do lose one medevac. A second medevac is just about going to get away to units inside. We're already hitting the left side. The replacement fort is going to go down. Like I said, the best chance of mining right now is the bottom right base, which is obviously if Ryung gets, catches wind of it, it's so out of position, it'll be an easy catch. Trying to step forward. The Archons and the Colossus regathering. Bio steps away again. And a little bit of Bio. The Ghosts coming out once more. His army looking great. Up 70 supply. This game is all about Ryung looking lovely at the moment. He's really got to be enjoying this, no? Great little situation for him to be in is a little bit of Bio will try and fight. And we just go diving through. Colossus doing some work now. Some Marauders are going to go jump on said Colossus. Ace in the bottom right falls. And Ryung is going to be the player to take the opening game off of Hero. 16 minutes on Amygdala. Okay. Ryung getting a map. That's really cool. That could affect the group, to be fair, right? Map score is so important usually in these 4-player round robins. hero dropping a map to Ryung is definitely on the unexpected side of life. As we'll get these guys to host us into a game 2 in a second, get that ready to rumble. And we'll get back on track. Perfect. Thank you so much for joining us today, guys. So good to see you all. If you're watching on the YouTube channel, please do consider taking a second to drop a like and a subscription. Over 50% of people on the YouTube that watch are not subscribed to the channel, which if we had all of our monthly viewers actually subscribe, we would hit our this year's subscriber goal of 50,000 YouTube subs very easily. So do consider stopping to drop a like or a sub on the stream. If you're on the YouTube, if you're on Twitch and you want to help us out on the YouTube goals as well, I'll drop the YouTube link in the chat. You guys can check that out as well. We're missing Ryung. That makes sense. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, we're going to kick off. We're going to get this going. Game number 2 here on Killer's Mile. As we have Ryung up a game over hero, guys. Okay. Let's get this ready to rumble. One of our maps that we took from the Team Liquid map contest. Killer's Mile. This one's actually given us some pretty good games. I actually think all 3 of the maps that we picked from the TLMC have given us good games in the Warditv tournaments they've been played on so far. It's been fun to see them. He'll be with us throughout our Warditv Spring Championship. Announcement of that coming very soon, guys. So look forward to that coming up shortly. Should have an announcement for that in the coming days, actually, because that will be what we have to entertain you guys throughout April. Here in the bottom left finds himself down a game. As in the top right, our blue Terran is going to be Ryung. As if he chases the probe gets turned around. And we do wait to see what Ryung has in store for us here. It was a pretty standard game from him, though. A little bit of Banshee in the early game, trying to get some damage done, but didn't really find... It's not like Ryung got like a super huge lead off of his harassment. He just dealt well with his opponent, took good fights. And here was not able to kind of net himself into a lead and kind of push forward from there. Comes across. Just gonna see our next coming through, the Adept and the Warp Gate coming online. The Adept moving about. Second Adept coming up. It's going to be a Twilight Council this game. Obviously, Hero did open with the Phoenix, I guess. I guess that's the one thing Ryung did do. He denied the charge, and so he took away maybe some of Hero's really kind of initial pressure. But by the time Hero fought, it's not like charge kind of offsets like a lot of upgrades for the future. By the time Hero did fight, he had the upgrades in play that he would have had anyway. So, you know, it's not like, I guess, not like Ryung did nothing. He maybe made his life a bit easier to get into that mid stage more smoothly. But it's not like he dropped a mineral line, killed 20 workers, and his opponent was just never able to catch up again, right? So, Adept is going to step up. Couple Marines still very much so on the way through as well. Just going to bring that straight over. Here's a step up and try and put some work in. See the Cyclone stepping around there as well, as the Adept is going to come shading, but it's not going to get very far. Starport starts up. Again, the robo facility coming about. The blink is not far from being finished right here, so we continue to bring that online in the next few moments. They was trying to step through. They want that SCV. Maybe a risk to get it right, and they'll threaten the shade. The Marines step back. Cyclone in the front now. Blink about to be done, so you gotta be careful. That Cyclone immediately targets. Without a bunker here, obviously becomes a little challenging, especially because you have the high ground fairly quickly, although I guess the Adept Shade would have provided high ground vision anyway. Tank gets down to the low ground, that will be able to siege. We are looking safe. The problem now being how do you defend your main base at the same time. It's not a huge main base though, so this should be fairly manageable as heroes blink. Try and step through once again. Tank range is going to be seen as he gets to start firing. And begin to blink back, doing a very good job. Love the blink timing as well. Just before the next shot comes out, he makes sure he's got everything out of reach. Adepts are going to go shade angle, threatening the shade once again. And here we go, blink onto the siege tank. The Marines are going to be able to be in range as now the Stalker's blink is on cooldown. That tank in the main was maybe out of position really, because I think it was defending too much of the main on the right side where there's never going to be Stalkers. And so you kind of get punished there a little bit, fortunately. Some damage taken. The Stalker's going to shoot a couple Marines going down. Stalker's going to fire a couple of those Marines getting picked away at as well already, so a bit more damage being done. And the Stalker's going to keep on pinging. Like I can say, this game hero already in a little bit better control. See our medevac loading up again. The Marine's going to come down that right-hand side. Medevac boost down again. Stalker's coming about. Extra gateways coming through. Gonna load these 3 Marines, but this is Stalker's gonna see it. No, so that's gonna be. Oh, I guess they just moved past. Can these Marines actually get by? He knows this drop's coming, but the medevac stopped just short. And so Ryung is gonna be sat there with that group of Marines for the moment. As the Stalker's gonna come about, a couple of Marines will take damage. Medevac goes very low. We do turn around, we get one Stalker in there, and we turn around again, another Stalker goes down. Here, we'll try and press once more. Prism back out on them. Actually, no, Prism not back out on the map. I thought he rebuilt it, but my memory is betraying me. Must have been thinking about when I first saw it in production earlier. As our Stalkers try to intercept the medevac, we'll probably still get it there. It's with the units, but it's right on the edge, so it's an easy pick-off. It's an easy commitment to be able to grab that one. Hallucination pops to the Colossus. We are going to jump on the tanks. They're going to melt. Ryung has not got any business in this game, unfortunately. He is going to get absolutely shoved back and denied. This one is going the way of Hero. I mean, this army is looking way too good already. He just sits here, denies the third. He may not end the game right now. There's a drop across the map, but things are looking extremely positive for our Protoss, who's down a game. Doesn't kill the third base as he recalls home to deny the drop. We don't actually deny the drop in full. So Ryung will actually live. Okay. Credit Red Stew. Ryung actually gets a defense out of this. His drop was scary enough to make his opponent turn around and respect it. That was definitely not a guarantee in the early stages, as our bio will be there, chasing those few zealots around the other direction as well. Decisive shots coming up, Marine Marauder medevac building, orbital command coming through. Marines in the medevac on that left-hand side hanging about, +1 attack. The extended thermal lens will continue to come through as well. Plus, the Zealots, the Immortals hanging out in the center. There's a 4th base going down on the bottom side as well. It's just going to get that set up. In closest, the Immortals, the Sentries and Stalkers, all stepping through here. The Bio going to jump onto the attack right now. Just have ourselves the medevacs having to pull back. Yeah, Ryung is not bad supply-wise, but he definitely doesn't feel like he's doing he's definitely not getting too much done right now. Dark Shrine is in play as well, giving Hero some options here. The DT is showing up, it's scanned tonight. So, okay, defense is coming in from Ryung. I just look at the mini-map and you see the pro seeing everything. Like, Hero has no fear in this game. Wherever he goes, he knows his opponent's not coming at him because he's got all of the vision in the world. And that makes it so easy just to bully your opponent around a lot because you can always be aggressive, right? Like, if you're going to be forced to pull back, you're going to do so in plenty of time. Denies the 4th base, so comes across immediately. Able to stop that straight away as the Vikings continue to try and trade a couple more EMPs coming down as well. We do have ourselves another warping of Zealots coming through. The Shadow Strike coming up, +2 attack coming in. There's the Guardian Shield popping as our Zealots will charge on forward. Our Colossus will fire up as well. Still got ourselves the Vikings getting taken down for now. So a few more Vikings getting picked away at here. The Zealots jump in once more. The Stalker's blinking across. Another Disruptor shot trying to come through as the bunker will take some more shots. I mean, Ryung just... Again, his supply got back up there, but again, Hero having the freedom to kind of get to this army and being able to kind of push and bully his way as he wishes, because like I say, he has no real concern back at home. It was always going to be tough for Ryung. He was definitely a little bit behind earlier as well. The 3rd base came in late. You know, the 4th base was obviously never online. And so I think it's fair to say here that this one is going to be Heroes. We're going to be 1-1. And we're going to be going into a game 3 of this series. So 2nd match of the day, giving us a 3-game matchup. I'm into it, guys. I'm very into it. Big fan of that. As we'll get that kicked off, started up in just a few moments' time. Thank you for joining us today. You're watching the Warditv Boomer Bash, sponsored by Crate Entertainment. !Crate in the Twitch chat to find out more. Thank you so much, Hobbit Kabul, again for that 49-month resub on the Prime during the game. And Cheese High EU, thank you so much for the 3-month resub as well. Hello and GG. Hello and GG. Thank you so much for the sub and resub. I appreciate it. We're coming up to 600 subs, guys. If you want to help us with that, do consider subscribing. Helps us out a bunch. Prime subs work. Everything works. Do check that out. Like I say, I always appreciate it. Helps us out a whole bundle. And, yeah. Well, obviously, we really want to try and get back up to 700 First stepping stone to that is 600, so give us a shove. We'll do what we can. Do what we can. Alrighty. Enough into ley lines. Let's do it. Friends, we are going to have Hero versus Ryung. Game number 3. So Ryung bringing us to the third map here. As in the bottom left-hand corner, the red Protoss player is Hero. Bringing it back. The top right, our blue Terran player is Ryung. As we get into game 3 of the series. Every observer I click through is not the one I want. Until the very last one. As we coming about, the probe is coming through as we get settled. With a single gas, so we'll be looking to drop the expansion here fairly shortly. Well, we follow our Reaper, and we'll see if that can give us any excitement as we head across the map to try and spot the idea of what's going on from Hero. Hero pulls back over and gets past the Adept, so actually has a good shot at getting a probe here. Already had one probe low. Gonna kill this probe. Does he want to go top and get that probe? No, would rather guarantee the escape. Which he does not do. The Adept gets close enough to fire 2 shots off. And that Reaper goes down. Hallucination obviously giving us some info, and the Marines and the Hellion together should be able to deny the Adept from here. As the Adept is going to get chased away. Still got that blink coming through as well, so we bring that up. Sentry and Stalker just gather, the blink coming online. A couple of barracks, the engineering bays are coming up as well from Ryung, so we do see him just continuing heavily into that bio play. No real surprise about the fact it's bio, obviously. We'll see how his engineering bay upgrades go. Those couple of barracks, like I say, coming online. The Nexus comes up on the third base as we speak as well. One probe just chilling out down to that bottom corner. Reactors very much so on the way through, the hallucination moving about a little bit as well. As Blink finishes from here, obviously his kind of ability to pressure and press should grow a little bit as well. Ryung very much so just wants to wait for all those upgrades to finish, so Stim Pack, Combat Shield, and +1. Once those are done, he'll feel a lot more free to maybe get out on the map and try and make things happen. A couple Stalkers will move over as well. Again, our Stalkers join up, a few gateways coming online, the charge as well. Medevacs load up, just going to be heading down. Combat Shield, Stimpack, +1, all of that continuing about. Marine Marauder Medevac coming up as well. Add a Widow Mine on in there. Keep bringing all of that through. Step forward to the Stalkers, they get rid of a Hellion now. A few Medevacs making their way around also, so again, a little bit of back and forth here so far. Just going to be seeing the Bio able to get rid of a Pylon. Let me take a step away. Just going to be having the Protoss army very much so giving chase for a few moments. Ryung just steps back though. I mean, charge is about to finish. This will give Hero a whole new kind of way of trading. As the Stalkers will step through as well. So they're also going to make their way across for a couple of moments here. Medevacs load up. They're going to peel away over to that right-hand side. Present patrol in the center. Really not a lot of action, right? I mean, you look at what's been lost in this game. A couple of Marines, a couple of Pylons here and there. It ended up being very passive as we have the Beggar drop heading toward the main base. We're hoping that this is distraction enough to maybe get this army in the center to see some success. The Stalkers are likely going to have to recall here as he drops straight in. Hero begins to pull back. He warps in. How quickly can we save this? Yeah, Ryung, I feel like he did this against Q and he targeted down the the refineries against Q. Here he's hitting the assemblyers a little bit. Now he tries to save Widow Mines, tries to burrow them. A little bit miscontrolled there. As again, he's just not really target firing. I really feel like he could have had rid of this Nexus already. He gets rid of the Zealots very nicely, so that part of this is good. He's actually just going to try and fight the Stalkers. Another Zealot warping in. The Stalkers have to blink back and away. He might still get the Nexus. No, he doesn't have enough bio left, right? I honestly think, though, if you just ignore those assimilators are pretty chunky structures. Like, they actually do very well for themselves. If he just hogged the Nexus, he could have had a base kill there. I mean, he traded so well anyways afterwards, but he could have had the base before anything else. I don't understand the lack of just clicking on the Nexus. I mean, I guess the simulators are like guaranteed damage, but like, when you make a big play like that, you got to be thinking big anyway, right? Like, you're not thinking, ooh, my quadruple drop in the main, or the miss simulate. I think it's also because you already saw he was a little bit flustered because he's on the third base and he ran those Widow Mines into the Zealots there, so you had that to deal with, and maybe that takes away from the ability to target fire. Yeah, I felt like there was just that little bit more potential, that little bit more opportunity right there for the taking, and we just didn't have it. Medevac comes back through, and we will have like a couple of Vikings, the Ghost coming online, the Armory, the Engineering Bay, and Refineries coming up as well. Armory just starting, so Ryung cannot go into 2-2 upgrades quickly. That's not super crazy if you're going to go Ghost and Vikings as you are still on 3 bases. The gas becomes pretty tough to get Ghost, Vikings, and upgrades. The Armory being a little bit later is not too unusual. 3 more Ghosts, so you're just going to prioritize the Ghost, basically. I think that's fine. Bit of bio. Stepping over here and there as our Stalkers come through, and we'll see those Widow Mines setting up. A couple of Vikings will also step forward just for a moment or so. +3 attack, +1 armor coming in. The Disruptor also coming online as our Marines, Vikings, and +2 attack upgrade continue to come online. It's 2-2 in total, in fact, on the engineering base. You don't get how Marauders lose to Zealots because they don't do any damage to Zealots. And it's typically you're going to have more Zealots than there are Marauders, so Marauders can't slow every single Zealot. That makes sense, right? And then Zealots absolutely shred Marauders when they get in reach of them. Gonna go back and forth a little bit here. Ryung holding his own in this position. Disruptor's obviously gonna try and complicate things. The Dark Templars that are gonna be on the way are absolutely going to try and complicate things in the near future. So we have that coming up as well, getting that online. These Stalkers just gonna blink up. A couple of Vikings taking damage and taking some hits. So a few shots coming through there as well. Army still moving about. Again, Dark Shrine about to finish up. +3 attack. Finishing soon also. We do have our army coming back over that right side. We're gonna have to recall a bunch of stuff because we got an army hitting the bottom. So we're gonna recall to the left of it. Can Ryung get this base while moving over? Oh, he's gonna get pincered. Oh, awkward. Can we boost upwards? The Stalkers can maybe try and blink. They're gonna get 1 medevac. Yeah, I was gonna say, if Ryung didn't hesitate, I actually don't think he loses the second medevac there. The hesitation, he like stuttered a second. I think that might have made the difference. I will go. Oh, that's a decent Disruptor shot. He got a Ghost. It's one of those moments I'm actually very glad the Disruptor got nerfed a little bit, because that's one of those moments where it's like the Disruptor kills like 5 Marauders and a Ghost. It's insane. I don't think Disruptor should get that much damage. Like, I feel like that much damage and you go into a fight and then you benefit from it, that's great. But hitting that much damage as your opponent's retreating away or so, that being a kill, I think, is always is pretty rough. It's one of the reasons I like that Disruptor change. As we are going to see these Stalkers just going to jump on these medevacs. So Hero gets a catch here. Ryung is completely unable to, completely unable to really control this game, right? He's trying to drop. He's trying to create opportunities, trying to make damage happen, and none of it's working at the moment. As Ryung is going to try and take a 4th down the right side. Man, Hero has an entire circle of bases in this game in comparison, and his money bank is starting to stack up, especially mineral-wise. This fight's awkward for Ryung, because again, trying to attack into the Disruptors is something you have to consistently go back and forth on. Disruptors seem to now all be on cooldown though, and if all the Disruptors on cooldown, that's a lot of supply that's not really helping in the moment. Hero's supply is in fact plummeting. Can we get rid of the Disruptor that's firing there? We do! We're going to get rid of every single Disruptor as we chase. We should just take a moment to finish off that Colossus as well. Yeah, I lied. One Disruptor does actually get away. Wow, Hero loses all of his tech, but he's got some money. He's mostly mineral heavy though. He doesn't have a lot of gas. I was going to say DT Blink about to be done. Can we afford a bunch of DTs? Not really. Zealots only right now may not cut it when you're down half the army supply. 2 more Colossus on the way up. I mean, Ryung's there for a second. It's like, wait a second, what? He's actually going to turn down this bottom right side and start hitting bases. I'd actually rather he chase down the army. Like, you look at the minimap, and obviously we can see that this is just very one-sided in terms of how the long game is going. I'd much rather Ryung just kind of go chase after the army while the army is small and try and capitalize, rather than knock down these external bases that are very minimal to the upcoming success of Hero. I mean, Hero counterattacks, which is obviously a very solid decision too, considering the situation. It's like, well, your bases are way more important than mine, so if I go base for base, that's a win for me anyway. 2 for 1 is even good for me, because Hero has bases to spare. and Ryung really does not. So threatening the counterattack, forcing the base to lift off for a few moments is absolutely worthwhile for Hero. I don't even think he should be worrying about the bottom right of the map. Maybe focus to the top left and the middle, and just let that bottom right go. You don't need to mine those bases right now. Hero's going to remax. My question on the remax, though, like, this army's nowhere near as good as it used to be. It's 30 Zealots and 4 Colossus. Ryung doesn't have a Viking in the sky, though. He needs to realize it's Colossus. Oh, it's too late now. He's also maxed. The Zealots are going to be able to buffer for more than long enough to let these Colossus do damage. Disrupt a shot here. That one disruptor that remained from before. He didn't chase that one down. He gave up on it. As we set up for the Mega Surround, we're going to see a good chunk of bio actually going to get to the Colossus quickly. Does that give us enough of a chance? The Zealots are choked up. We need to EMP those Zealots, get the shields off them a little faster, a little sooner. Oh, we could add so many more shields off these Zealots. Now the EMP is coming down. We do get rid of all the Colossus as Ryung's wraparound does work out, and he chases Hero away. He's still got units in the bottom, in the center, hitting the Stalkers. He is going to be able to chase those down as well. And now Ryung, I guess, goes and hits the top left bases. Hero on 92 probes. Maybe a little bit excessive considering the current situation. We warp in Zealots. I do not know if that makes a difference right here, as we do see Zealots showing up in the center as well. They're going to come chasing through. I mean, yeah, these Zealots obviously just get kited. The Zealots on the counterattack, maybe they can be a threat. As Ryung, yeah, absolutely needs to go and deal with this. That's a problem, because he kind of wants to keep pushing forward. This is going to break a lot of his momentum if he has to look backwards to try and deal with these Zealots. He will raise the depots. Disruptor shot clips the edge. We have one more disruptor shot available. Actually gets a couple of Marauders. Does Ryung have enough stuff to still make this happen? EMP is still available. We drop EMPs again on the Zealots here. Kiting backward. Try to let the Marauders do their thing. The Zealots over on the natural finally going down. Ryung still with that army supply lead as Hero warps in 11 Zealots once again. This Nexus will fall. Hero is just mining so much. He's got 98 probes in the game. Getting rid of bases actually is impactful here, considering just how reliant we are on mass mining. Forward base there from Ryung. I don't think that's a planetary, right? No, just the orbital, so that's just going to have to lift off for a moment or two. Well, no, actually, we got units there to deal with it. Now we try and catch these Zealots, but they're away in time. Looks as though they're going to be okay. I honestly, I did not have Ryung Hero written down as an epic today, but Ryung Hero has turned into a really fun matchup. That's been a cracking best of 3. This was better than Hero Clem yesterday, I think. As the bio gets here, the Nexus goes down. Is this enough bio to fight these Zealots? It's a difficult question. There's only a couple Stalkers, so lifting up is an absolute possibility, and we can go hide in the corner. We're now split pushing. Hero does not have necessarily... The thing is, it's weird because it's like, you don't necessarily have enough stuff to split, but you also don't necessarily... You don't necessarily care about the bases still. Like, you've still got a lot of money. I mean, that money is running dry. Resource lost, he has 29k for Hero to 20k for Ryung, so he's been trading so much better. As I was going to say, Ryung nearly flew full medevacs over this army. Again, there's only a couple of Stalkers, so there's not a lot of anti-air. We can warp in more Stalkers. There's nothing stopping you, apart from, again, the gas is a problem for Hero. He does not have a lot of his assimilators mining in this game. SCVs go down. Bio pulling back across. Turn. A couple of EMPs available. Disruptor shots will land shy of the mark. Another EMP. Not quite going to be good enough just yet. Well, here we go. Ryung again looking for the surround. He's fought these Colossus armies with surrounds before. It's dangerous, though. I mean, he does have so much army supplies. Is that truly enough just to brute force his way up? The tech units are obviously the ones that kind of get left behind when you retreat like this. Man, Hero just keeps expanding. He's mining so much. He's just throwing down Nexus after Nexus all over the map. Again, Ryung splits into 2 different forces, so he has the potential to surround this army. Again, Hero is building bases faster than Ryung can kill them. Like, Ryung's had a good success rate at killing off bases. So you need to actually have a follow-up to that, and that's not really happened yet. Once again, the Colossus are going to get caught from behind. There's no Zealots coming down to the south to protect the Colossus. They will do a good bit of work on their own accord. The few Marauders there will finish up. Is it actually going to be Zealots that win out on the top side? It looks like it. There's a medevac that loaded up. No, Ryung, I think it's fallen apart for him. I don't know if he can stay in this much longer as the Zealot waves have just kept on coming. I've never seen so many Zealots made in a game, I don't think. 135 dead Zealots. Wow. I mean, that's absolutely ridiculous in a sub 20-minute game. That is absolutely unbelievable as the Bio continues to kite back against a few more Zealots there as well. Army supplies are even, but even doesn't really cut it for Ryung. Ryung has been doing okay in this game because he's had more army supply, not less or the same. So yeah, that's going to be the problem overall. Just in the end, didn't have a good enough way to deal with the Colossus, I guess, because, again, like, the flanks were okay, but 4 Colossus can actually still trade okay on the flank because they kill so much before they go down. Crazy. Stealth charge up, the Disruptor shot lands on a few Marauders. We are seeing Ryung die off here, as I do think we have ourselves Hero looking to be victorious in the near future. Again, the rate at which he was building bases was utterly ridiculous in this game. Like, Ryung was killing bases and it just did not matter. Madness. What a wild game. The Colossus goes down. Disruptors, Sentries in trouble. We lift up the Disruptors, and we just let the Zealots do the work. I mean, they charged into a choke point, which isn't pretty. Ryung moves away from the choke point to stutter step, which I don't know if it would have been better for him to stand in the choke, actually. Any which way, a few Zealots leak into the mineral lines as well. And Ryung actually gave us an excellent game. I actually thought from at moments he was going to be okay. I thought he had chances to win it. I really think when he went after some bases, I actually think he really should have chased the army. Maybe it's scary because obviously you run into another Zealot warp and you can't do much else, but I really feel like that was more of a chance than anything else. Starts charging through again. The few Marines just overhead. Disruptor shots are going to fire. That's going to be GG's. Hero is going to take the 2-1 in this best of 3, and he is going to advance with a win over Ryung. But man, did he have to freaking work for it. That was not easily done at all. Well, Hero will have a couple series break as we are going to be going into Solar versus Cure. So we're going to get that set up and ready to rumble. Just invite people to the party here because we're in different chat channels, and we'll get this ready to go. Perfect. All right, we'll get that started. We'll keep the games rolling, especially. That was a very fun series. Genuinely was very good. As maps. Perfect. All right. 2 seconds, guys. I gotta message someone something quickly, so give me a moment and we will head back into this. I'll just throw some break screen because I gotta write something out. BRB. Alright guys, like I said, it was not really BRBing, but just wanted to send a message out as we're gonna get ready to go into this matchup right here. So we're going to go to Amygdala. Have game number 1 here in just a second or two. Drop a lobby link down. We seem to be gaining casters as this day goes on, so more and more people seem to be joining us. We started out with a duo of 4 casters, now we have like 7 or something. Getting crazy. Crazy. Alright, fun series from Ryung and Hero. That was really excellent. Really enjoyed that one. Hero and Ryung put on a show. Definitely a wild start from Hero. As, yeah, ready ups are happening. Go-goes. And we should be good. I'm just trying to double check if we need anyone else. I really feel like Rex was meant to be in here, so we'll just try Rex one more time. Alright, we're good. Perfect. Alright, guys. Again, thank you for joining us so far today. This is the Warditv Boomer Bash by Crate Entertainment. Thank you so much for sponsoring again as we get ready to kick off and go into Amygdala. A solo Cure, a little bit of TVZ now. As the schedule for the day is Solo versus Cure, and then Solo versus Ryung. And then Cure versus Hero, and Solo versus Hero is going to be how we wrap things up. So, couple more hero matches a bit down the line. For now, some TVZ and some ZV. Actually, 2 TVZs back to back. So sink your teeth into these as we go into the bottom left-hand side to start off with the blue Terran player from Team Liquid. He's already got a win today as he took down Ryung already. He is Cure as he takes on the red Zerg in the top right. Solar, our red Zerg, who has not played yet today, so we do not have any stats on him, but obviously would like to start off with the win if at all possible. Well then, it's going to be a fun opening already with 2 barracks on the front lines here from Cure, so he's already looking towards a multi-Rax Reaper opening to talk about getting some action on the table. He's going to try and go nice and quickly here, put some pressure on with those Reapers, and see what we can do as both of those barracks come up. It's going to be a 3rd Rax even, so very committed from Cure on the Reaper play. Yeah, going to go quite heavy on that for the moment. So those Reapers coming up, the barracks coming through. Coming about, we do have extra Reapers obviously on the way. The first one about to arrive, so this action will kick off in a few moments' time as Tua looks to apply some pressure to a Stolar who has been really kind of leveling up a little bit again lately. Feels as though Stolar is a little bit more on fire the last couple of weeks than he had been in the couple months prior, so maybe the best form of Stolar that we've seen in a little bit. Definitely gets you excited for this group. I mean, Hero dropped a map to Ryung. Maybe Hero a bit shaky today. Definitely puts this group into a little bit of excitement, right? As the Reapers come over, they're going to go after this hatchery. Going to begin to ping through that. And additional Reapers, like I say, 3 at a time on the way. 3rd hatch is kind of illegal against the 3-Rax Reaper. You will almost always have this cancelled. It's so difficult to hold with the amount of damage the Reapers can put out. So yeah, it's very difficult to actually keep this alive. The Queens are going to start slowly walking over here to make an attempt of it. There's going to be a lot of time where you're going to have your Queens fairly exposed. They get grenaded back. That's actually a lot of space given up there as We'll actually now start going for one of these queens, so we're going to get ourselves a queen. Going to get a couple lings. Ling speed is still not quite ready just yet. But yeah, I can decide what we want to do now. Going to be to go back onto the queen here. Only a single queen means it's not exactly going to last forever. And as ling speed finishes, do we have enough lings to make something happen? So it's interesting because now you've given up 2 queens instead of the hatchery. Which would you rather have? A low HP hatchery, or, your hatchery recancelled and rebuild, or the 2 queens? In theory, you lose more by losing the queens. The Reapers do get kind of caught, though, by the ling speed. We get 2 up into the main base. They're not exactly going to last long. There's a couple lings already over here. Good spore crawl to reduce any drone losses. Okay, pretty well dealt with. Getting rid of the Reapers is a huge play for Solar. It really offsets the trade value that we've seen so far. As the Stimpack and the Marines very much so continue up. And we just have the other couple of Reapers hopping back into the main base. Marines are going to be there. Lings get turned around. And Ling's just going to continue across. Just going to go jump onto the rocks there, onto the base. Again, a few more Zerglings coming over, so they're going to hit the rocks as well. Get some work done for the moment. I mean, obviously just open up access to a potential gold base. This is always an interesting goal to take as a Zerg, because you do have to deal with a Terran who can be in the middle of the map, who can drop there, and who can deny that mineral line from the other side so very easily. Terran units are probably one of the best set of units to be able to do that with. And there's a few Marines still gathering. A couple of Reapers nearby as well. The extra Marines will produce them through. Factory moves off the reactor. Starport goes to it. Just want to attack upgrade on that engineering bay. And yeah, a couple of medevacs coming through. Carapace upgrade coming up from Solar just on the Evo chamber. It's only 1 Evo chamber right now. So Carapace does leave him open to kind of do as he wishes. He can play Lings, he can play into Roaches after if he feels like it. But yeah, prioritizing that Carapace over a melee upgrade or something akin to it. See where he takes it, as he would likely add a second Evo chamber on at some point. Right now, just the Lair and the Baneling Nest continues to stick this into Ling Bane. So yeah, Carapace upgrade it is, just to give them Lings a little bit more life. Usually Carapace is better because, most of the time with melee units fighting ranged units, which is ZVT, you're going to take more hits than you deal, because you spend a lot of time running into the Marines that are firing, and you don't spend 100% of your time in melee range, whereas 100% of the time there's a fight, you're going to be taking that damage, right? So that's why the Carapace usually works out to be a better investment if you're just going to go for one upgrade in the ZVT matchup. As you see the couple queens here to transfuse each other up. Enough units that we can kind of fight forwards. Don't let those units near that third base. You do not want to let that go down as Cure loads up, arguably a little late. He does not even have full medevacs as he lifts there. Those Lings start to put some work in. They start to do some serious damage. Like I say, got to really look after that third base. It's low HP. You can't really be caught out of position for long. You will end up in some trouble if that happens. Queen's trying to find an edge on the medevacs. Yeah, Solar's actually playing pretty well already. You can kind of see it. Just moving into good positions, getting set up nicely. Funnily enough, or interestingly enough, Kira's actually playing pretty committed himself. He's going to play no third base here so far. The longer you sit without a third base, the more committed you are. And yeah, without a third base, Kira is going to be committed to this push. Now, Solar, this is the sort of moment where I feel like going pure Ling Bane can be very nice for you, because if you have enough of it, you can overwhelm. And that's one of the big factors, being able to overwhelm, being able to push this back nice and quick and easy. You've not wasted tech or money anywhere. The awkward part is obviously waiting for Bane Speed. Bane Speed is not ready yet, but the creep spread will buy you a little bit more time. The rocks will expire soon from Solar as well, just in case he wants to try and get a wraparound. It will be more possible. It's still going to be a long way to run around to wrap around. That's one of the powers here, is that this map is going to be pretty easy to push in one direction on. We're actually going to see the Ling Bane coming in from that bottom side. We are 10 seconds away from Bane Speed. As we start to take this engagement, the Lings are going to do a lot of it on their own accord. The tank trying to target fire Banelings there, I believe, but does not get to it, as Solar getting rid of the tanks, dislodging those. Big factor as we pull back here. We do have transfusions available. Queen's kept alive. Again, keep the Marines off that base. This is a no creep spread fight, but it's very much so good enough here for Solar, as he's able to force Q back into those medevacs. Armory on the way. Liberator is even coming up, which is a double down on the commitment. The Armory kind of says, I want to move into the future here. The Liberators kind of say, I want to siege up and push right now. Actually gets a little bit awkward. What are we actually going to do as the Lings there kind of run in? They take a lot of damage and a few go down. before we can really do much else. Queen's coming back, a couple of crypt humans will go down. The Queens continue to shoot. And the Ling Bane coming back over as well. Like I say, this is where it gets awkward for Solo because this is a very heavily sieged position. There's a lot of power in it. We are going to come in from two different sides. Is that going to be good enough? The Banes trying to get into reach of those Marines. We do start to reach them. I do fear that a lot of the libs and so on will not be touched here. There's a siege tank still in position too. Apparently this was not good enough for Solar. And he gets pushed away, and that's scary because now he's got no banelings ready, so he can step up here as Kua, take an even better aggressive position on this base. Solo's already sacrificed, and he's just going to give it up straight away. He knows that's not going to be good for him in the long term. Wow. I really wonder if this would have looked just so much better if Solo waited 10 seconds for Bane Speed to finish on the earlier fight. I wonder if that would have made a bit of a different or something happening. Counterattack is nice, get rid of a siege tank here. The idea is good. I mean, Solo's still within the supply reach where you could win this game, right? A good fight can do it for you. It's a troubling position, but it's not an impossible one to play out of. This is scary, though, having to deal with these Liberators in such a way that they're kind of setting up as they kind of move in toward the main. We obviously still have no third base from Kua back at home. That's why Solar is still within reach of having this game in his hands. Hydras are going to start popping as well. They're unupgraded Hydras, but hey, better some Hydras than none at all, I would say. I mean, if they can sit behind the Ling Bin and do some damage, they can also be extra things to help fight against the Liberators. The Queens are doing a good job of holding the Marines as well in the main a little bit. Man, there's actually just 6 Liberators, which is really a hefty number. The macro hatchery will go down, so now less lava to work with. So we have to figure out how we're going to fight this. There's only one siege tank here. Again, the shutdown of the reinforcements has been big. Solar has got himself a setup where he doesn't have to fight the entire army right now. He's counterattacking, but I actually don't think you want to counterattack. I feel like there's so many tanks back there. If they are sieged up at all, you're probably going to end up running into trouble. So that might be something you want to try and avoid more than anything else. Green step through, a couple drones going down. The Queen Hydra moving about as we go back and forth. Now just stepping through, Marines are going to get there. That Hydra does go down. The Zerglin's going to run over as well. Just going to pick up those Marines and we're going to leave up the right side for the moment. Drop those back down. A couple of drones already taking damage as the Hydras get there once again. Marines getting pushed back. The Liberator is still very much so sieged here. The Marines are going to step through. Queen's taking damage as the tanks load back up. +2 attack, +1 vehicle weapons coming over. And again, we're just going to step through. A couple of the Hydras, a couple of Queens already going down. There'll be another Liberator sieging around the back. Tanks will continue to settle in. Our army pulling away. We are... I mean, what I like for Solar is the longer this goes, the more that you're on 2 bases as Kua, right? The more likely that Solar actually ends up in a good position, right? He's mining off the gold base as well, which is something which is obviously fantastic because Kua has no intention of denying the gold base the way that he's currently playing. We engage in. It's going to be an expensive position to engage into. It was always going to be. We knew that coming into it. Some drones going down. 5 workers. Actually, Kua is going to hit the gold base, so I take back what I said. He is going to put some attention toward that. As the Hydras would love to just try and find that Liberator. Man, the Liberators have been such an annoyance. They've been so good for Kua. The Libs are really what kind of won him this game because he wouldn't have been able to solidify some of these positions as well without the Liberators. Like, they've been so good at keeping the Queens back. The Hydras here get into reach and they get rid of one of the Libs. The tanks finally going down. Very expensive a game from Solo, though. I mean, there's no doubt the tanks have obviously, paid for their weight twice over, if not more. Yeah, gold base under fire again. So Solo missing out on mine that he needs. He lost some drones that were kind of essential to having a little bit of an edge to make up for the way in which he's been trading. The resources lost is, obviously very heavily favoring Kua. Double the efficiency from Kua as compared to Solo. So yeah, he's just been so much more efficient, so much more effective. Marines load back to the medevacs, and we are going to go through the center here as the Hydras and the Banes gather up. The missile upgrade is about to finish. Let's continue to siege. The Ling Bane would like to come over the Hydras as well. +3 attack coming up here from Cure right now, so we got that on the way. Tank siege is up behind those rocks. We do have the, again, Ling Hydra still coming up. The Marines would like to step forward a little bit as well. Add another Liberator on. Ling's going to get to work. SCVs are going to be in some trouble as we have to stim a few Marines across there to try and help that out. Hydra Bane. I mean, how do you take an engagement into this? It's extremely difficult. We have to commit at some point because you cannot really afford to lose another base. GG, says Solar. Felt like he really had control of this early. I actually felt like there was moments where I thought Cure was the one that was going to end up in trouble here. But Cure kept up, and that 2-base all-in finally connects, finally gets through. Today's group is a little bit of a banger, if I'm honest, guys. This has been a fantastic... We're only, what, like... This is halfway through after this series, but we've seen some great matches so far. Even a 2-base all-in was very fun and hard fought over, so... Yeah, great stuff. Love it. Love it. Alright, we're going to drop the lobby link down. And give everyone a chance to join us here. Get this kicked off. Alright, game number 2, Whispers of Gold. Let's count straight on in. Let's get this set to go. Go, go, go. Alright, let's run into it. Whispers of Gold coming up as we head into our next game here. We are going to have in the bottom right the Blue Terran, who is able to 2-base his way to the 1-0 lead. This is Team Liquid's Cure. Top left, our red Zerg is going to be Solar. Whispers of Gold. Kind of map I might be expecting you to actually be aggressive on. There's a few more pathways though. Amygdala is very good because you have that one pathway around. So it's very hard for your opponent to... Yeah, very hard to do... as much as you might like to. In terms of surrounds and so on. Big Daddy SC2, thank you so much for the 4-month resub on the Prime. Appreciate it. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Grenade goes down. A couple of drones going to get bopped. A few Zerglings get chased around. Queen comes over. Reaper going to get chased around a little bit. That Ling speed very much so on its way through. As our hatchery and drone continues to build, we get a couple more CCs on the way as well. That reactor coming up on the barracks. So triple CC from Cure couldn't be more different from the first game, from 2 base all in to the straight up 3 base. I'm gonna macro and macro only kind of style. And that usually comes with Hellions to help keep you very safe in the early stages, and that's exactly what we begin to move through. The factory landing onto that reactor. Hellions will start up. And yeah, we got a couple of those starting. The starport coming through as well. Add a command center on. Just that Reaper hitting a few grenades. Pushing things around. For the moment. Next steps over, and we'll just have ourselves the Hellions, the Banshee continue to come through, the Ling speed coming up, add some Queens on as well. Again, Queen's going to step over, Reaper Hellion going to be there, push that around, Banshee and the Cloaking continues to come online for the moment. We bring that through, and the Queen stepping across, Overlords and the Lings continue to come into play. A little grenade goes down. We get rid of a creep tumor on the front lines. Still having our tech lab just finishing up very shortly on the barracks, so we get that done as well. And very much so, just again continue to get that all underway. As the Marine going to hit the Overlord, that's going to fly overhead for a few moments. Second Marine going to show up as well. Going to go and pick away at the Overlord still. I mean, obviously Stoller is kind of just wanting to get through and see what's up. He's going to see a starport with a cloak on it, so he is going to be able to get the information he's looking for there. He gets what he needs, and that means that Solar is able to make some good decisions. The spores are already finishing anyway, so that detection will be available sooner rather than later. Reaper and the Hellions will step towards the center still. Okay, now it's coming around. The evolution chambers are coming up. 1-1 upgrades in the stem coming over, as we do see a couple of drones just getting nabbed here. And the power of having the Banshee from an early part of the game is that you can just continue to have them. If you don't ever give them up, you can just continue to harass around, find a moment, get a drone here, drone there. Deny some creep spread sometimes, even depending on where you want to sit those Banshees. They can have so many uses, so much use for the Banshee play in those situations. As the extra Marines continue to move on through, a couple Banshees continue to move about as well. Again, upgrades very much so on the way here from Kira. His 1-1-1 will lead by about 10 to 20 seconds over the Zerg's 1-1, so a little bit of an upgrade lead. Maybe if you take a fight in that exact window, you could, put that into play in a way that, gives you an advantage. There's no guarantee to that, but it's a possibility as the Hellions and the Reaper pull back around on the right side. Again, we get rid of a few more creep tumors here, so just going to knock those down and clearing the pathway a little bit. The creep is still set up in the center as best as possible. Hellions gather, Reaper joins in. We will see again our 1-1 upgrades. Now combat shield continue to come through. Add a siege tank on as well. Hydrogen hatchery. Still got those melee upgrades coming up, and the Bioforce of Cure setting up on that left-hand side. We get rid of a couple of creep tumors potentially. The 1-1 very much so still on the way in to play. Queens would like to try and step up and stop this position from happening. Solar is already set to surround this. He will wait for his 1-1, hopefully, before he commits. There's the Banshees, I believe, coming into play. Exactly the sort of reason you can use them. Now you've got something hitting the 5th that would not, be happening otherwise. And just forces the Queens to come and deal with this. So the Queens are they're not on the other side. We need an Overseer. There it is. We also needed a Transfuse, but we didn't get it. We will get rid of both the Banshees. Kua going to turn his attention back to the left, stepping further towards this base. Solar, a few units just kind of trailing forward. He does have, again, the wraparound ready to go. So here it is. This is the moment as we try and just send it. Green's left into the medevac, so they don't stick around. We're going to go to the main base to buy some time. Solar shuts that down confidently in the end. As the Marines in the main base do find themselves in Overlord supply blocking Solar, taking that out. Another spore going down. The rest of the Zerglings run through. Marines get here, the Overlord goes down a hatchery. Is going to be in trouble. It was low from the Banshees, and it will get finished off. So 5th base denial is able to stop Solar from having that location. So Solar will have to go to the rebuild there. Just slows him down that little bit. Those Marines very much so just gathering together. The few Zerglings are going to step over as well. Hatchery gets cancelled again. Secure really succeeding on denying this base. So you knock the Overlord down. We'll see a few more Zerglings, Flings and Veins, Hydras. Going to try and reach this army. At the same time, the army on the left side looking sizable as well. Supposed to lift up. Yes, we were in this portion of the fight. Can we get over to the left, swing over there and defend on the other side of the map now in an appropriate amount of time? Augments very much so still coming through. As we go. Well, some of the Banes reaching the Marines. Is it good enough? Solar does come out a little bit worse off in supply, but it's close enough that I'll give him the benefit of the doubt still. I think the problem is it's all happening while your creep spread's being denied on your edges. And without creep pushing down the edges of the map, those external bases are more exposed. Going to bases beyond these ones is very difficult. And that's why Kua can keep on coming back in. Suddenly, boom, he's here again. Guess what? Now this hatch has to cancel. The lack of creep is really hurting Solar here. It's having a lot of impact in what Kua can do and the army movement he can make and the positions he can take. Medevac's lift. One of them is very low. Would have been nice to get a grab on that. We're talking about a game where Solar could catch. It's a little bit of a break. Like, he's still maxed out. He's got Vipers on the way, so his tech is coming online even better than before. It's just the fact he has been limited to 4 bases, and taking a 5th has clearly been an issue up until now, and probably will continue to be an issue from here on out as well. As a few drones continue to mine up on the hatchery. Another scan. A few of those Marines are going to stim about to the top. Ultra Caverns halfway done already. A couple of Zerglings getting picked away at here. The Marines come over. A couple of Banes taking damage. And the Marines in the top right trying to see what's up as the Lingbane Hydra goes chasing on the left. Do we get that medevac? No, we hit the medevac that's further away. That was actually more HP. He could have killed that medevac, and obviously even if he didn't load the units up into it already, at least they'd be stranded. Well, that was a bit of a missed opportunity, perhaps. Lingbane Hydra continues to come around. As you do have finally that medevac on the left side going down. That was really should have happened by now, as man, look at the positions Q is taking though, just setting up those tanks in annoying spots, but we can abduct these up and work on some kills. So at least we're getting rid of the tanks. They're not just going to be there forever as more Marine tank continues to build, and the Ultralisks on the way from Solar, so we are improving. Solar has survived. Oftentimes I feel like Solar surviving gets him to his best part of the game, and that's where we sit now. Vein Hydra works down the right, chasing the units of Cure away. 3-3, still coming up very shortly. Cloaking coming through, +2 vehicle. Weapons coming up as well. You see the Hydra is actually going to take a bit of a dive forward, looking to jump onto this army for a couple of moments. Is that good enough? I feel like anytime Solar's trying to fight, it's just not quite able to really hold ground. Things do connect, the Marines are forced to live. This is a better fight. And we do have the Ultras coming up as well, so those Ultras definitely a big positive. I guess that's what we've not seen. We've not really seen the Ultras in parts of any parts of these fights yet, right? So that should definitely come around to helping us out. Secure, actually just going to get bases on both sides. He is taking some damage himself. This base top right lives. Dropping the main base will force the drones to at the very least back away. So I mean, these Hydras on the other side of the map are kind of just doomed to die, no? Like, they're not going to do great just sitting here for themselves. Eventually they're going to go down, and that's a lot of units you don't really want to miss out on. So far they actually live a very long time. Gura actually gets fully cleaned up. Like I say, Solar's biggest challenge is holding on to a 5th base. If he can start to finally hold on to a 5th, my goodness, the position he will be in is amazing, right? Like, he just needs a 5th base. He is desperate for it, quite frankly. As our Lings and our Ultras and our Hydras come through, that orbital command will go down. Has Solar done enough? He's got a bit of money in the bank. Cure is on his way to Ghost, but I believe it was the first Ghost. What a blinding cloud! Oh my goodness, the Bio cannot fight through that. Absolutely brutal moment right there. Planetary in the bottom left takes on an Ultra. The Pains are going to connect onto that Planetary as well. Another Ultra shows up, and the SCVs show up, so Solar ends up just losing units. I feel like this is getting worse for Solar. He's brute forcing his way into now Ghosts and Liberators. That does not exactly bode well for you. He will get rid of a base, but it's still a 4-base Terran because of the bottom left side that stayed alive against that Ultra list. Medevac still joining up. The refineries on the way in from Cure as well. Add a couple more Ghosts into play with the Marines there in production also. Ultras and +2 missiles continue to come about. Again, the extra Zerglings in production. The Extractor's coming up. Try and dive up. There's the ramp, and the Ultras just get absolutely blasted. The Hydras as well getting turned the other direction. Ultras still going to try and step forwards here. Man, they're just off creep. They are not doing very much. I mean, even without snipes available, these Ultras are melting. That said, Q's supply holds strong. 166 to the 191. Solar finally, not just on a 5th base, he's on a 6th base. Suddenly, this game looks very different to the game we've been playing. Nuke tries to land onto this hatch on the left side. We just have to fill away for a second. Just don't get baited into the nuke. Can we fight this back? Can we actually take this base back and actually mine from it again? Looks like we're going to send the drones right back to it. Now the Ultras are going to lead into the Bioforce. Counterattack on the right side. Lings run into the mineral line there, and they're going to start getting SCVs. Meanwhile, the Ultras closing the distance on this Bio army. Solar has played a game of survival where it has been a tough challenge for him to not just roll over and die. Kira has pressured him the entire way through, and yet here we are, 17 minutes on Whispers of Gold, and we are, I think, a moment away from Solar actually taking this game and taking us to game 3. Solar lives through, adds a couple of infestors on, great addition. The Ghost out of energy right now, so no snipes available. We'll probably have to step away from the choke points here, but we knocked down that bottom left base, so that's a big base removed. That's obviously going to be a big benefit, a big bonus right now. And there's again a couple of infestors, and Hydras continue up as well. The libs just gather in again, the infestors, Lings and Banes continuing about. Overlord speed about to finish, as we do have a couple of queens are going to come over, and the creep team is dropping down as well. Just getting all that creep team is set up. The Lings are going to come over. An additional creep spread coming down right now. And so we just have the army moving about. Infestor in the center. Still got Lingbane coming through, had a couple of Hydras on, a Ghost as well in production once more. But Solar is maxed and Kira is not, and Solar now has Infestors in play too. Starting to look very good here for our Zerg. I love this from Solo as well. Just he's like, cool, take another base. Fully just extend his control of the game. I mean, here's at the point where he's relocating orbitals from his main natural. So he's not exactly, in a comfortable position. It's not like he has tons of orbitals behind, his setup here, which is oftentimes one of the things that a Terran can really hold on to and do well with. A good fight might just be a nail in the coffin for Q if Solo finds a good fight for himself. Because not going to have a ton of rebuild potential. The Viper's trailing behind, trying to get the Ghost pushed back before he come in to help. Now some blind clouds. Oh, the Fungal went down. The Fungal was beautiful in the bio units. I think that's going to be more than good enough as we chase units into the natural. I think that's actually going to be... Is it okay? We've got Lings up against Ghosts that have been healed by Medivac, so maybe that doesn't go as well as he wanted, but the rebuild is happening. And Kua says GG. He knows he's not coming out ahead on this one. It's going to go to a game 3 here between Solar and Kua. These two are going to keep on giving us some great games. We'll head to our game 3, which will be on Ley Lines. Alright, awesome series again between these two. Very fun games. This time Solar is able to live. As we'll jump into game 3 here in just a second. I'm just going to take a couple bites of my lunch, so I'll just go off camera for a second while we get the game hosted up. We'll be back with you in just about 30 seconds, I would guess. Game 3 of our series. In the top right hand corner, the blue Terran felt like he was about to poke through in that last game. Didn't quite get there. It is Kua taking on our red Zerg. In the bottom left, we have Solar. Wonder if Kua can find a way to stay aggressive here on Ley Lines. He's been very oppressive in these games so far. Keep control of the map, keep control of the game. I say credit to Solar where it's due. Probably one of the best surviving Zergs, where if you put him up against the Terrans, just say, okay, live as long as you can. I feel like Solar would perform one of, up there in terms of the very, very, very best. He wins so many games from those situations where he's in trouble but is able to turn it around. Very impressive. Again, after this, Solo will be taking on Ryung. And then we have Hero versus Kua and Hero versus Solo to come at the end of the group as well. It's a really good group. Enjoying it. Great games as well. Typically, the group with all the Koreans where it's late for them is the group that's going to end up running the longest, apparently. Typical. All good. Alright. Well. Reaper coming across the map. Grenade goes down. Link goes down. And continue to move around here. We'll see back to this 3x Reaper from Kua. What we saw in the first game. Now in the first game, Solo gave up 2 queens to save this hatchery. Will he do the same again this time? No, he's not going to run off creep. He's going to let the hatchery go down instead. So a different approach for Solo would rather take the hatch cancel and then give up the queens this time around. So a different approach in this third map right now. Now the Reapers haven't gotten rid of that base to say, cool, we're just going to back away because we know link speed's coming. There's not much more for us to do here. So they're going to step back and try and join in again later where they can maybe add on to a bit of a bio push perhaps. Seconds to make their way over. Reapers will come and meet them. Kua slows down his game, going 3 racks. Solo gets his game slowed down, losing his 3rd hatch. And things kind of just play from there. Solo didn't lose much else other than canceling the hatchery, so honestly feels kind of fine for both players right now. On the way. Good drones coming up, adding Overlord and a Queen on in there as well. Plus a couple of extra consumers still coming through. He's getting underneath and Overlord will go down. Reaper's heading across, the few Marines coming over. And the N+1, and the combat shield coming through too. And we'll step up onto the creep spread here, and we'll see Kua able to start maybe getting rid of a little bit of this. We'll see how useful the Reapers can be in this fight. So they don't benefit from stim. Benefit from +1, but we don't usually talk about how much damage Reapers do in fights like this, so... Especially because it's roaches. If it was Ling Bane, you can use the Reaper grenades to actually bop the Ling Bane around as it tries to run in a little bit, I feel like, and it's quite disruptive. Against the roaches, I feel like that's less of a factor. The roaches tank the Reapers a lot better. Again, Roach Ravager continues through. The Roach Speed and the Carapace upgrade come up. You see 5 Marines currently on the way from Cura as well as our medevacs load. I'm going to go down that bottom side of the map. Medevacs move through. The Zergling's going to be there. The Medevacs have to pull back again. More Roach Ravager. Heading across. There's a couple of barracks still go down. So 2 more racks coming through. Again, the CC coming about. Corrosive Vials will be dodged by the Medevacs again. It's just going to be pulling away over to the sides. And Evolution Chamber Carapace all continue to come about. Evolution Chamber finishes again as Carapace finishes soon. We'll see the Infestation Pit still on the way from Solar, so you're just going to go directly into something that can move him toward Hive. With Hive Tech on his side, opportunities open up. He will go melee upgrades, so could go into Ultras. And just aim for some Vipers at first, but obviously he will also be expecting a Baneling Nest, no? Kind of wild to see the Infestation Pit so soon compared to the Bane Nest, but there it is, Bane Nest now coming down. We're just going to come back over once again. Healing back through for the moment. Marines come over, just going to be seeing the Queen just about getting pushed out of there, but it gets away on low HP. Well, different drops being dealt with very well so far. Solo not letting Cure take the kind of momentum he got in the last game and positions he could potentially set up for. And that left finish, the Hive finishing soon, so we'll see the Hive Tech online. The Bane Speed still coming up. If we could get Bane Speed before a major fight, that would be nice. Marines will just unload, obviously a couple of tanks here as well. We're really far out because of the creep spread, but just push right through the middle of the map, so that sets you up very nicely as well at the moment, as we still see the T2 upgrades coming in from Cure. Oto's Gavin, Piper on production as well. Roach is going to meet a few of these Marines. Going to get caught from the other side, so the Roaches have to back it up. Of course, Roach is going to do worse and worse as this game goes on. There's enough units to deal with them. We have not continued to mass Roaches either, so bleeding a few out, replacing with Ling Bane is not a bad thing. Solo doesn't exactly have a huge bankroll, but he's got a bank for now to replace a couple of units, like I say, here and there. I just give up this base, play the top left-hand side instead. Let's see, he's actually going to start fighting. He does get quite close on creep, and still cancels it. Man, he got very close there. A lot of the units looked as though they had a chance to maybe make something happen. Force coming back toward the upper right-hand side, just going to step straight over there for the moment. Marine tank around the top side, Cure coming up to being maxed, ready for him to push. Soul's just been building his bank for the last little while. He's been out on some upgrades. The hatcher getting cancelled. That's a problem because I did feel like the top left was kind of more we're aiming to kind of play with here as Swords. Letting that go down so easily is a little bit of a problem. Robert and Ling Bane gathering up together. Just going to be seeing the jump onto some of these Marines. Cure is actually going to have Solo continue to push into him this time. Looks like we just got the tank around the corner, and once that tank goes down, we begin to pull this back and reset a little. Few more crows of Baals coming down. The Marines are going to step through once again. Game 3-3 is coming up as well on our Terran side of the map, so 3-3 coming about. Marine Marauder coming over as well, bringing all of this through for the moment. Go for a little bit of a drop. Fortunately, no energy left on the Viper, otherwise maybe some abducts to stop these properly getting away would have been neat. So I'm not going to go for the believe Crows of Baals. You throw them up and hope they land. Again, just going to be seeing the 5th base attempt. It's going to be a struggle for Solo. This is exactly the same as the last game. Taking a 5th base is proving to be very difficult. However, Ultras show up, and that makes taking the 5th easier. It really is. It got a lot of similarities to that previous game already in play. You now have the medevacs still coming over as that top left base denied. Ultra in the main base should be able to clean up the Marines, though, and again, we need something to really deal with these Marines. Nice little parasitic bomb going to chase one medevac down. Those Marines do continue to do well, and Solar supply blocked even, so this continues to get a little hectic right now. Marines unload into the main base again. That Overseer goes down. 11 additional Banes still on the way up. Is the Spore Crawler going to take some damage? So still trying to find something that drops. Cure under a counterattack of Solar. Solar getting across there. Trying to get in position to make something happen. I like where Solar's getting to. It feels like he's going to start taking some very good positions onto the map here. Having the Ultras starting to lead the charge in. The Planetary 4 is going to go down, so we're going to lose the 4th here as Cure. How much does Solar lose in taking down the 4th? A little bit. He doesn't kill that many SCVs, but there's no replacement base nearby, so Cure might just have to come across the map counterattacking. I don't think Solar gave up so much that he's super vulnerable to a counterattack right now. I actually think he's not really vulnerable to a counterattack at all. As Cure comes across the map himself, a couple of 15ers already going down. I mean, the thing is here from Cure is that he's never really teched up either, right? This game has been bio, mine, and that is it. We've never seen him get towards the things that helped him so much in the previous game. The Ghost, for example. He really tried to just end this and keep on pushing, but obviously we can see now, hindsight, telling us that that was maybe not going to work. As these feelings hit the mineral line, a distraction as Cure is going to lose all of his Widow Mines as well, and this starts to look worse and worse as the Ultras just chase on through. This attempt of a forward base is maybe going to go down very quickly. These Marines are going to have to lift soon because they're running out of space to run. A couple Crows of Baals actually going to land for a medevac as well during the chaos. Army supply is actually still very similar. No, the Vipers are going to nearly give themselves up as well. Marines will try and cut them off with a stim. Looks like the Vipers are going to go down. One just fell. The second chase. That one just about gets away. Got to the high ground. Vision was lost. Wow. A mistake there from Solar. You do not want to be giving those up so easily. Vipers are very important for you. It's not just the cost, it's also just build time and time to get the energy onto them. So having to rebuild really sets you back quite a bit in that regard. One Viper here drops a parasitic bomb in. We do see Crows of Baals actually going to get rid of multiple medevacs, so some of the healing power of Cure disappears. As Solar steps up once more. One Ultra just melts, so does the second, so does the third. Ultras are dying right now as... yeah, Solar just kind of committed in there, but maybe not quite the commitment he was looking for. Again, Cure is really not got much left over. We are going to see a couple Lings going to transfer to this mineral line where we've already killed 10 SCVs in total in the last few minutes. The Ling is going to come about. The Bio going to jump over, and a few more Lings go down. Tightness plane will finish very, very soon. As that Bio continues across. A couple of drones are going to get chased. Again, the couple of fastest coming about. The Ultra, the Lings, the Banes. Very much so continue to build. has to step away from this mineral line. Again, Q's definitely not made it easy for Soul to mine up on a lot of these bases. Wouldn't mind shots going through. The Zergling's trying to chase. Thing's really trying to go after those Marauders. Going to get a couple of them. Thing's going to keep on chasing. The Ultra's coming across. Medivacs overhead will do some healing. And we'll see the Ravager, Bane, Ultra returning back down the bottom left-hand side. Solar definitely just taking steps forward in this game with every single fight at the moment. Doing very well for himself here. Handling Bane Ultra Infested comes over. A couple of these drones going to fight. Or be attacked. Crypt's coming across. A couple of Widowmines going to shoot, and a few Zerglings go down. Parasite bombs as well. The Zerglings continue to play cleanup. This is not looking good. There's another Parasite bomb, forces the Medivacs away. The Corruptors will chase the low HP Medivacs. There's going to be the drop down here that does get rid of the base, man, against Solar. These 5th base locations are just a struggle for him, but obviously it's coming at a cost from Q, which I don't know if he can really keep up with. As at the same time now, we're going to have units across the map and hitting his 3rd. So that base is going to be in trouble. His Bioforce is low HP. There's not a lot of Medivac energy left to heal, and right now we're busy chasing, which means that the Medivacs are not stopping the heal. We get rid of all the Medivacs too. That's what the Corruptors are great for. Some Lings already on the mineral lines as well. SCVs are still very much so dropping. Corrosive Vials might actually kill that orbital. It does. And the SCVs are still being shredded by Zerglings. And Q has pretty much just got to shove and try and win right now with one final push. Is pretty much where we're at. I don't think anything else is really going to do it at this stage. I think we're just going to have to commit and see what we can do. As the Banes, the Ultra continue to come about, just get rid of a couple of Marauders here. These few Marauders in the main base going to go after the Hive. The Zerglings will get that. The Zerglings will force the Medivac to lift and retreat. Now Solar up the right-hand side going to be... I mean, actually, I think he could commit to that. I don't think Hero's really paying attention, as he even has a Fungal in the background, so he's able to start landing Fungals onto the Bio, making it an even easier fight. Solar, what a series. And this was not easy at all. Kyo put up a hell of a fight. He made Solar's life so difficult, and Solar fought through some very tough moments to get the GG out of his opponent and win his first matchup of the day. Solar takes the 2-1 victory over Kira in an absolute banger of a best of 3. Solar, Hero, and Kyo all with 1 win on the board. Kyo with a loss as well now, as Kyo will play Hero to wrap up the group, but that will come after Solar versus Ryung. So we'll get Solar and Ryung set up here in the next couple of moments. I'll give Solar a moment or two if he wants it, but we will set up for this match. As Ryung looks to round out his group stage. Well, awesome games today, guys, here in the Warditv Booman Bash. If you're enjoying the games, don't forget to support the channel, follow, like, and subscribe. I'll sell out a little bit when the ads are done, I think, and just do a halfway through the show sellout section. You know how it is. Give it a few moments as some videos come through in the early stages. Great series, though. Stolen Kyo was one of the OG kind of like online series that we used to love back in the day when it came to like online Korean versus Korean Starcraft. They used to both grind so many of the online cups. Killers, Persephone. Oh, I think, I see. I think Ryung actually vetoed first. So Persephone, Killers, Amygdala, Ultra. One more veto from Ryung. One more veto from Solar. Do, 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 do. Eldorado coming up. Game 1. What? Who are we missing? Bunch of casters. That's number 6. That's number 7. Oh. Alright, Eldorado coming up, my friends. Get this ready to go. Players are ready. Second map Sandworm, third map Leylines. Let's see if Ryung can battle his demons in TVZ, as he does seem to struggle in this matchup more so than the others. He had some great games earlier, though. Really enjoyed watching Ryung against Hero. Today's games have actually just been very good. One of those days where things have been looking great so far. Very, very enjoyable. Alright, guys. Let's get this rolling. In the bottom right-hand corner of the map, we are going to start things off in this best-of-3 series. His last match of the day. He's 0-2 in the group, but he took a map off Hero. He's been playing some fun games. This is Ryung. In the bottom left, our red Zerg is Solar. Alright, take a moment. It's been crazy games, like I said. The Hero Ryung series into that Solar Cure series. Let's see how Solar Ryung goes. Then we're going to have Hero versus Cure and Hero versus Solar to wrap up the day. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. As he comes about, gonna step on through. He's coming across. Reaper's gonna get chased. He's gonna be seeing the feeling starting to jump around. Feelings is gonna step there, jumping up. The Reaper actually very nearly going down. Ryung nearly losing that. And Queen's coming up. The hatch added on. Put Starport and a reactor into play. Add the orbitals up as well. And we get all of that ready to roll, so... There's going to be a top left. Little Starport coming through as well. The orbital command still coming up. The Reaper heading across. Queen just going to be right there. Reaper coming about again. Liberate the Hellions. Continuing up. Attack lab added on. Link speed as well. Put that queen in. And yeah, just going to be dropping the tech lab down onto the barracks. Just going to get that set up. SCV coming through. The reactor building on that factory. The Hellions and the Reaper just going to poke around. Well, he's just going to gather up. The Bread's going to back away. Queen going to be there, pushing that back. We're seeing the Hellions getting through. Drone going down. Barracks are on the way from Ryung, so we got a couple of barracks, we got a couple of engineering bays, bringing all of that online. The Liberator going to go pushing the Overlord, taking some damage. Hellions will step forward onto the group spread once again. Still got that stim pack coming online, and the couple Evo chambers coming up from Solar. So Solar just looking to play stalwart and defensively here initially. Just to see the difference in styles, because I feel like Kyo was very, like I say, oppressive in that last series. He was always on the Zerg side of the map. He was constantly trying to make things happen. He was constantly trying to make life difficult for his opponent. For Solar, I don't know if Ryung's going to be able to keep up that level of kind of, hey, I'm going to provide danger, I'm going to provide aggression, I'm going to get stuff done. I think that's going to be much more of a problem. Starport steps across. It's going to be seeing the racks dropping down onto the reactor. It's going to get that underway. SCVs underneath the orbital moving around. And those Hellions gather up. Reaper joining together. A few SCVs are going to come over as well. Head down toward the gold base for a few moments. Get that set. Siege tank gonna siege. Hellion's actually going to drop a grenade down. We are going to be seeing one Hellion going down. The Ling's trying to give chase for a little bit. And the extra drones coming about. Corner upgrades, combat shield coming through. Ling's going to morph into Banes as that Liberator pops. And we'll see the melee upgrades coming about. The Bane speed coming online. I'm going to step through. Marines, tanks, the medevacs stepping over. I'm just going to be seeing the Hellions coming about. Ling going to go down. Creep team is going to get picked off as well. And that Ling Bane gathers. The Bane speed coming up. Plus 2 carapace coming through. Add a melee upgrade on as well. See a few of those Banes already being grabbed, as we will see. Big push from the Ryung. Yo, he's getting right in the middle of these bases. He's going to make life's difficult for Solo if he can really hold this high ground a little bit. Solo is starting to slow this down slightly, though. He is starting to recover, and he's also getting the counterattack. Going to find him a tank and a few Marines in the middle. Doesn't engage into that. Ryung reacted quickly and stemmed the Marines back in a good cluster. Now these Lings are going to find the next wave of reinforcements. That will be a tank that goes down. Something that Solo is more happy to commit into. If nothing else, you're still stopping reinforcements from getting across the map. Now if you can bring those Lings elsewhere in the next few moments, that'd be great. We actually hit the mineral line, and Solo's going to find 10 SCVs. This will continue to push through. Queens will gather. Marine goes down. Still got Ling Bane rolling up. Just going to be seeing the Marines Very nearly getting jumped on. 2-2 upgrades coming in across the board. Our Marines coming over. 3 more shots coming down as the Marines continue to shoot. Ling's dropping. Queen going to get picked off as well. So yeah, the Ling Bane is very much so still on its way straight over here right now. Lings wrap around. Marines step up. Couple of Bane's going to get knocked. 2 carapace upgrades. Going to get denied, and Ryung just has the numbers right here. Man, he thought Solo did so well in the counterattack, but he didn't find a way to get rid of this army. No success on that one as the Ling Bane comes through again. And we come down this ramp, a couple of Banes going to smash through. Marine's really doing a good job. Ryung just needs to keep up the pressure. Don't let too many Banes morph in. Don't let them connect nicely. And we should be good. Quite a few of the Banes actually do connect there. That helps Solo, but man, he's 30 army supply down with a Terran. Ramming Marines up his natural ramp. It does not exactly bode well. The tank has siege back there as well. These Marines are all super low, but there's nothing that can actually reliably do damage to the Marines before they die. A Hydrogen on the way from Solo is an extremely hopeful thought at this point. If we survive this somehow, yes, great to have, but does not seem like it's happening. As the Marines come about, just going to be seeing the Overlords taking damage as well. A couple more Banes getting picked off. Still got Marine tank medevac coming through. As the Lings get some grabs and continue to push back. GG's. Ryung is going to take game number 1. Who came into this day and said Ryung's going to get... Hope Ryung doesn't just get bullied, man. Ryung's putting up some cool games, man. That's a great push. A successful one. And we are going to have him up a game going into a game 2 here in the next couple of moments. Heading to Sandworm for our second map. Let's get that ready to go. Man, this group is delivering. Group C for class action StarCraft, something like that. Amazing. Love it. What a great day of StarCraft 2. Hope you're all enjoying the Boomer Bash as we host up into this next map. Go, 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 go. We are good. Countdown finishes, and we are going to head into Sandworm here, so we're going to kick this off, get this one underway. Get this, let's get this beginning. On the top right side of the map, we are going to have ourselves the blue Terran player. This is Ryung from Vitality. And he's up a game in this best of 3 against Solar. Little Ryung coming in here, one of the oldest players we do have in the tournament. Into game 2 and get settled down. Sandworm is our map. As we kick this off and look to see what is in store. Can Ryung take another game? Can he win a series? Well, that would mess up this group if Ryung gets a series here and then Solo already beat Cure, and we could be on our way to a very interesting ending. I mean, Hero Star has 2 matches to play as well, so there's nothing designed on that one just yet. There's some wild potential. Some wild potential. Cracks coming in. Again, the hatch gas and pool coming up, and an SCV on. Continue to get that on the way for the moment. As the Overlord goes toward the upper right-hand side. So yeah, I'm just going to go journeying over and through for a few moments here. Early game going to be nothing too crazy. No early multiple racks Reaper or anything like we had in the QS Solar series. We'll just take a moment during a moment of peace to do a little bit more of a sellout, guys. So again, if you're watching on the YouTube stream right now, please do consider taking a second to scroll down and to hit that like button. I know you probably hear this a lot if you're watching me regularly on the YouTube, but it really does help. Hitting the like button every day, it really does just go that little bit extra. So please do consider helping us out with that if you have not already done so. Of course, if you're not subscribed to the YouTube channel, subscribe as well. Keep up to date with our daily YouTube uploads, our daily YouTube streams, and watch as much SC2 as possible. It's always a good thing to be doing. And of course, as usual on Twitch, if you're enjoying, you can follow the channel to see when we're live. Don't forget as well, if you've got one of those Prime subs, we would love to take it off your hands. We turn your Prime subs into StarCraft 2 action. We have a special converter. As we get up and rolling, Reaper coming about, putting some pressure on. Link speed, the Overlord coming about, the Queen and the Hatch coming through too. As our Reaper gets over through to the center. So Reaper steps about, just going to be seeing the link speed coming through, had some drones and the Queen on as well. Let's just get positioned. And the starport is about halfway done at the SCVs and the Hellions into play. Fusion core will build from Ryung, so we're just going to get that started. Again, that link speed is going to be finishing. You get a couple of units on the way about. Pop a grenade down. Queens will get bopped. And chase over for a few moments here. Have this fusion core coming through. And a couple of depots on. Viking as well. Queens also coming up for the moment, so a little bit of everything coming through. Marines will be firing. The Viking getting some shots off also here. Gonna see that Overlord going down. The fusion core will be finishing in just a few moments time as well, so just get that wrapped up over these next few moments. Six drones going down, 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 down. Hellions in the base. Sorry guys, we were on Inu's camera. Inu's just AFK watching the battlecruiser. He's mesmerized. Yo, this is not bad for Ryung. He's going into a BC, but he's doing good damage early already. Like 7 workers killed. Putting on some pressure, doing some damage. Ah, so the Hellions get by. That was 4 Hellions. That's not bad for 6 workers. The Viking, I believe, got 1. And then we go into the BC as the follow-up. Spores are on the way. Preparations being made. Just going to be 1 BC if you're going into Stim afterward. If you're going into mech, you can go 2 or 3, but with Bio, it's very difficult to keep justifying battlecruiser production, so 1 is usually your limit. It's quite an investment, but it can be annoying, and it can force you into Aspire. If you don't think it's Bio, if you think it's mech, when you see the first BC, Solar could build into the Spire. Now, you don't actually want to go Spire and Corruptors against 1 battlecruiser. That's an overcommitment. So if you can force that out of the Zerg, that's amazing for you as the Terran, and the BC can always still hop around and do some damage. So yes, it's a big investment, but in theory, it should never go down. Right now, there's nothing that can chase a battlecruiser, as it just teleports straight into the main base, on top of a Spore, on top of a Queen, yes, but it will start to do some damage right away. We'll actually even just go after the Queen for a moment or two, but there's a transfusion, would be better off targeting some drones. Now, just don't lose the battlecruiser, that would be a little bit disastrous. Only 2 drones, and maybe an Overlord here as well. Felt like that was going to do a little bit more. So 9 drones dying. The Ling's going back down the bottom left. 1-1 upgrades on the Stim Pack coming through. And the Spire coming up. SL upgrade coming in. Getting the extra drones on top of this really is something special in the end for Ryung, because didn't feel like that was going to be good enough at first, but Well, the Hellions showing up and doing their thing. So yeah, the distraction led to something. So even if the BC didn't directly do damage, it indirectly led to the rest of it, right? So yeah, the Hellions succeeding. They get damage on that third base. Lovely stuff. BC coming down the bottom. Infestation bit in the Baneling Nest coming up. Again, missile upgrades, carapace upgrades coming through. Roach speed coming online. PC knocks down an Overlord already, so it's going to take that out as the PC will go teleporting back over toward the natural. SCVs will be there to repair. Means the Medivacs will come across and we'll get rid of a couple of creep tumors as Ryung. Definitely, again, not a bad opening, all said and done. We'll see how he continues with the bio players. 1-1 upgrades are not far from finishing. Currently up against a Roach heavy force, but there is going to be a switch to Banelings in the near future. That Bane speed is on its way. So Bane speed coming up, the Hive coming through. Artifacts get to the top side. There's a lot of creep in the center, so the one thing that we've done pretty well here is because Ryung's been focused on kind of killing drones, he's not really focused on clearing the creep as much as usual, so has not been able to do as much of that. As you see, the Medivacs and the bio units still gathering together. Roaches and Ravages here will knock down some more rocks, opening that space. For the moment, we'll get rid of some more of the creep tumors as well. And just see a few more of those Zerglings getting grabbed. Also, the Roach Ravager still stepping through. A couple of corrosive vials chasing the Medivacs away. Stem across. Gold Bay is going to get jumped on. So that hatchery will get taken out already as we see the rest of this army still stepping through. Marines just going to drop out of the Medivacs. We have the Marine Tank Hellbat gathering up as well. Still got the Ultra Cavern coming up. General Guns plus 2 Carapace plus 1 melee. Building into play also for the moment. Big push. We're going to move out. Obviously, we're going to take the gold base in the forward position. That's exactly what Solo is doing for his 5th base right now, getting that established. So we'll have that. This map kind of closes in. It's interesting because this map kind of gets smaller because you expand towards each other with the gold. But because the middle of the map is those little tooths that only let kind of thin units move through, it doesn't make it go too small. You do have to work your way around into those bases rather than going directly head-to-head through the center. So it actually makes it kind of interesting because you might just think, well, now you're just going to push through the middle. You know, on any other map, push through the middle, you're going to hit each other's bases quickly. It doesn't quite work like that. Just the fact that you have to go around makes it feel a little bit different. It makes it feel a little further apart a game. So there's definitely an aspect to that which, yeah, I kind of like it. It's interesting, this map. The more you see it, the more it kind of makes sense. Definitely seen some good games here on Sandworm. It's definitely been a cool one that we've been able to keep on track of. As you just see our queens gathering together. Still got our upgrades coming through. Plus 2 melee, plus 2 carapace coming about the BC. Firing up onto some roaches and ravagers. The queens are going to step over as well. The lings are running across, trying to chase those marines down. The vipers are going to drop some blinding clouds into place. A couple of the vipers already gotten shot at by a Viking as the BC sits overhead. Roach Ravager still moving through. The roaches are going to get absolutely blasted. 5, 6, 7, 9, 10 drones going down. The Marines are still getting to work as well. Add another Sporon. The hatchery is going to take some more shots, so things are going to step through. Hatchery is going to fall. The Marines just going to get that, pick that off. Hatch going down, and again, the army on the bottom side coming through as well. Gonna step down. And again, just gonna be fighting. Just gonna see the Ling Ultra Ravager continuing to cross. PC overhead. Widowmine connects. And 3-3 concussor shells going about. Just gonna see the Ghost Academy coming through. There's a couple of those Banes get picked off already. Medivac's lifting. They're gonna boost away. CC drops down over on the right-hand side. Ultras will continue to chase, and a couple of those Marines already going down. Planetary getting picked off as well. Roach Ravager continues through. We are going to see the Corrosive Vials landing onto a chunk of those SCVs. So a bunch of SCVs going down. It's 5 workers killed. More Corrosive Vials trying to connect as the 3-3 upgrades very much so still coming up. Marine Marauder Widowmine on the way. SCVs coming through. A couple of Vials, Widowmine falls. Again, the Bane's morphing. The extra Ultras coming up. Widowmines will fire about, and we are going to be seeing the Roach is just going to get there. Again, those Widowmines coming through as well. The rest of this army continues to come over as the battlecruiser will continue to try and strike onto the Queens. Drone putting up a fight, and I love that this PC is still here, so continuing to do very well for itself at the moment. Continue to put the pressure on. Stepping through the middle, Ryung still maxed out. Still obviously with Ultras and all sorts. I mean, where do we go as Ryung? He does not have any tech yet, right? He's not got Ghosts, he's not got Liberators. And that's a concern. The Ghost Academy's there. Maybe as he loses some supply, including our battlecruiser, we fared us well. Maybe now some Ghosts, please, Ryung? Because if you don't build Ghosts soon, what are we really trying to do? Like, what do you want to lose before you go into Ghost production? Surely there's never a bad time to go into Ghost now that you've seen Ultras on the map. He just keeps on building bio, like Marine Marauder bio, and now 3 more factories as well. What do we want 3 more factories for at this point even? Is he going to start massing tanks and really turtling up? Is that the direction we're about to go into? Maybe he forgot he built the academy? Well, but then you should go and build an academy, because then you're even under more pressure to get an academy up, no? Ay, ay, ay. I don't even know. And Bio coming over. Nice little Widowmine shot right there. Just going to get Corrosive Vial, get rid of one Widowmine too. Widowmine will go down as Ryung continues to peel away. Like, these fights are going to continue to suck for Ryung if he keeps building the same stuff. Like, this does not just magically get better, you know? Ultra's still running about. Going to be trying to push our way through. Widowmine there. Going to hit the Ultra as well. Bio will try and get rid of that hatchery. A few more Corrosive Vials. And we see a Siege Tank going to fall victim there. So that will also go down, dropping at the moment. Bio loading back into the Medivacs. Widowmine hitting the Lings. Finally, Ghosts on the way. It's just, why build Ghosts now when your army's gone? I just don't understand what the... I would get it if it was like he was split here and he was split there and the masses of bio is overwhelming, so he can't keep up with all the places the bio is. He's like, let's just keep making this work. But we only saw Ryung losing fights, you know? We only saw him losing fights, so then why are you making the same stuff you're already losing fights with, right? Especially because I feel like before he was losing a bit of supply here and a bit of supply there. It was the perfect time to trickle a couple Ghosts in here, a couple Ghosts in there. Eventually you ended up on a good Ghost army. Now it's been a little bit riskier because he's had to make a lot of them all at once. So it comes in a little bit of a different manner. Man, he's got so many mines still. I mean, a lot of them are over this right side. There's only 10 in the game. And he made those factories. He's got 5 factories, yet to really see what they're going to do. Maybe readying for the late game Broodlord switch. If he's expecting Broods to pop out, he might just want to be ready to go Thor, and just get all the Thors he needs in one round of production so that he can really fight against that. It is a danger when you're playing against a Zerg in these late stages. If they make that switch, you can absolutely end up in trouble. As Warditv definitely finding their value here. Top left-hand side, we force this base to lift up. It will not be able to land in mine just yet. Solar Wake with the 35 worker lead is obviously a huge factor as well. Gives them a lot more income, but at the cost of a much smaller army. So the army of Ryung at any point in time is huge. And that should allow him to maybe actually pressure up to that top left base and at the same time maybe push through the center a little bit. Can you make this a difficult enough fight for your opponent? The only fear I have for Ryung pushing forward is so much of his success has come from Widow Mine shots. That's not really available because the Widow Mines have stayed stepped back. And these few ghosts over here are kind of a little bit abandoned because, well, yeah, they're kind of getting chased around. There's some snipes going to delete these Ultralisks because they busy themselves with the bio units in the front, so that works out. We like that. If you're a Ryung fan, that's a good trade. Over here, though, this Ultra starts to chomp, but then we peel it back, so Solar not kind of letting his units just stand in and do their duty. It's a lot of ghosts in this army right now. I was going to say, I don't even think we can really fit most of them in the medevac, so one at least goes down. I think maybe 2 did. Oh, there's actually a 4th medevac I didn't see. Oh, it was only the 3. Yeah, he could have saved them all then. Just didn't quite manage it. Pulling back, ready to unload onto the forward base. And get reset back in the center of Sandworm currently. Bio striking, Spore goes down. And get rid of this hatchery here, so that'll go down as well. A little bit of the bio loads up into the medevacs. And we'll just see our Lings, the Ultra, the Corruptor coming through as well. There's going to be a lot more units continuing across. The Ultra goes down. Again, can these Ghosts do enough? The Banes initially just kind of going down. We even snipe some Ravages. That's value for Ryung. Solar has a bank though. I mean, again, he has so many more workers. This is about Ryung trying to find efficient enough trades, and as long as Solar can keep on mining, that's why Ryung wants to split off and kill bases, you know? That's the magic of this at the moment. That's what we're trying to do. Trying to keep on top of as we come across. The 2 Banes going down. Fungal Growth's going to land. The other couple of Banes trying to smash in. Maybe seeing the Ghost potentially able to turn. We do see the Lings, the Ultras, the Corruptors coming across. Okay, that was a very good fight for Solar. And it's only getting better as he knocks down the medevacs that have Ghosts inside. And Solar might have just run it right there with that push. Wow. Very devastating attack. That is extremely one-sided. And Solar is going to bring it back and ready us up for game 3. Corruptors get rid of the planetary fortress. A few Zerglings still dropping. These things continue to run up. Just going to be seeing the Marauders going down. Medevacs load up. They're going to go into the main base where, well, even more Zerglings continue to run over, trying to clean up. I mean, this drop is just not going to do enough at the end of the day. Plain and simple. As Ryung really is kind of down and out in this one. No money in the bank, no income coming through. He really is looking as though he's going to be DEAD at the end of this second game, and Solar going to tie us up and head us towards the game 3. Bane's even going to connect in. Yeah, Ryung going to try and stand and fight a little bit, but this is nothing there. GG gets called, Solar takes it, and it's 1-1, all tied up. Alright, great games, like I say. Today's group is delivering. Let's get straight to hosting though, guys, because I appreciate it. It's going to be getting late for the Koreans as they continue to play long matches for us, so let's keep this moving along as fast as we can. Keep this rumbling. Oh, somehow we hosted the game, but we lost Ryung on the way in. It's a new one. We'll relog from Ryung then, get that sorted out. We'll be good to go. Game 3 coming up here in the next couple moments, as mentioned. Get this started off. ready, go, go. Soul says ready, go, go already. So let's kick off into... Oh, race. So notice it in time. Yeah, perfect. We're good. Ley lines coming through here for game number 3 of the series. Can Ryung still take a match? And Ryung taking some maps. It's pretty sick. Unfortunately for him, even if he wins this, I think he's dead because he lost a map in the series he would win, and he got 2-0 in the series that he lost, so... Yeah, I think it would be pretty doomed for him even if he got to 1 and 2. Very difficult to advance, but we'll see. Obviously, even if you fight for 3rd place is better than 2nd, and then 4th place is a $50 difference in prize money, so there is... Every match should always be meaningful in these groups. And that prize money difference should help to ensure that. As in the top right, our blue Terran is Ryung, trying to find the upset victory here. As in the bottom left, our red Zerg is Solar. Ley lines. Great game early on this map between Solar and Cure. It's been a great, like I keep saying it, I really do them on repeat, but it's been a great day of games. It's a fantastic Starcraft so far. I thought Ryung had a good start in that last game. Like, it didn't kind of immediately kind of come through, but I felt like he got set up well at least. Pretty neat. And just get into this, and we wait to see what our next step of the game is going to bring us. What will Ryung do? Any more excitement? Any more kind of funsies? Going to start a fight. Obviously, he has already taken a couple of shots, so he's already in a little bit of a rough spot. And there's a couple of queens. We'll gather up. Transit coming through at a starport on at a refinery. A couple of drones coming in. Queen and the link speed finishing shortly. A couple queens will fight, and the grenade will go off, popping the queens around. Moving out the bottom, hatchery is going to complete on that 3rd base. A couple queens step across, and again chase the Reaper away too. Pushing that back. And the Overlord coming around, the Ling speed, very much so coming up. Oh, this is going to shoot, try and do some damage. This is our Banshee coming across, making a little bit of a maneuver. And Sport is going to move around, Banshee moving about. Now the Hellions moving about, the Reaper is going to be sat there. We should not really see much damage done from Ryung early. He's going to go double armoring, he's going to go factories. We're going to play mech here in this game. The Hellions just gathering up. The Roach run about to finish, done soon. We have the drones and the Overlord on. Hellions will clean up a couple of the Lings, and again, the 1-1 vehicle weapons and upgrades just coming through for the moment. So, looking good as you get rid of a couple of the drones. 3 workers going down already. Damage being dealt. Ling's going to shoot. The Ling's going to try and run it around. Oh, that's a nice wrap around. A couple of the Hellions go down immediately. Not bad. 3 workers are dropping, so some damage done. The Banshee's actually finding damage on the Roach Drone of all things. Considering Solo wants to go into the Roach Speed, wouldn't have been a bad pickoff, but it's going to live on low HP. The transfusion was good, and that Roach Speed will get to continue building as Solo heads into the Hive Tech with the Infestation Pit. Finishing shortly, and we see kind of more of what we've seen previously at the moment. Well, we scan about. Again, missiles and carapets continue to gather up. Roach Speed coming through. One's coming across. The Queen's coming over. That's going to be seeing the Roach Roar is low HP. Again, the Eva Chamber coming about. We get ourselves the Magfield Accelerator and the Infernal Pre-Igniter all coming online. So that full-on mech play going to be set very shortly. I think Queen's going to hit. The few Hellions getting pushed back. The Banshee overhead. Roach is taking damage. And we're ready. Swarm Host already coming up on the side of Solar, so he begins the Swarm Host production. We see a few Ravages on the way in. The Roach there gets taken down. And the Hellions running across. Queen just going to be shooting the Roaches, continue over. Those Hellions will get pushed into the corner. Roach is going to get through. The Hellion goes down. 15 drones are going to get dropped. We'll have ourselves the Locusts going to be heading forward as well as the Cyclones will go through onto those Locusts. We're just going to get some pickoffs. The problem is, I mean, you kill some drones, that's great and all, but you've got to get an army up that can deal with these Locusts wave after wave. It's going to be the question mark here. Mobiles coming in, just going to be having the Cyclones and so hitting. The couple of tanks will continue to siege. The Ravagers getting pushed back. The Swarm Host setting up as well. A couple of Crows and Files and the missile turret already going down. So we do see those missile turrets still taking connections. Tank shots coming through. The Roach Ravager coming about as well. The Locust step across. And they're going to go landing in toward this army once again. If we can get rid of the siege tanks, you really freed the way for the Roach Ravager to have a great time. We did not get rid of the tank in the front, though, and that one was able to keep dealing damage. More Roaches on the way up, as Ryung has to continue just playing the survival game against these Swarm Hosts. That's where we are right now. Roach getting across there with a couple Cyclones. Firing some more shots. The Swarm Hosts have those Locusts popping out once again. Going to step on through as we are going to go land them down into one of these mineral lines. Or close to it. A couple of siege tanks getting jumped on immediately, so one tank drops. The Roach and the Ravagers are still stepping forward here. The siege tank is going to fall. I think we really do just have enough of Solar to break through this. The fact there's only one tank left in this mix is really concerning, and that should fall with this shove. I think Solar is very confident in continuing to move forward. Ryung's mech is not quite going to happen here on ley lines. This one is going to come to a close. And that is going to be that, as our Hellions and Hellbats will not exactly change the way of things right now either. The Ravagers still join up. Sense Tower goes down. Locust will jump across into the natural. We will see our GG called. Solar takes it, and it's a 2-1 victory for our Zerg in this best of 3. So Solar gets the win. That's the end of Ryung today, as we will be moving into Hero and Cure for our next match. So, shout out to Ryung, because he actually gave us some very fun games. Unfortunately, just was not quite enough in the end. Ends up 0-3 in the group. Took some maps that I didn't think he would take against Hero and Solar. In fact, he took maps I really thought it would be against Cure. That does mean that it comes down to what happens with the Hero matches now. Cure is 1-1. A loss here from Cure would eliminate him. So, yeah, if Cure loses this, he is just out. If he wins this, then Solar Hero gets very interesting, because then that could be a 3-way tiebreaker. And Cure having the 2-0 over Ryung could be a big deal. So map score is definitely on the verge of being very important as well. So yeah, a lot of excitement coming up as we get ready for this next incoming series. So we'll get that started in just a few moments. We'll get this kicked off. We will get ready to go. Awesome. Alright, guys. We are looking to kick this off in a few moments. And for Hero, I think they're videoing in private or so probably just a couple moments. We'll get this started up, guys. Kick off into our second last series of the day. So 2 best of 3s remain. Hero versus Cure, then Hero versus Solar. A PvT and a PvZ. I'm excited. I'm excited to see what we get out of this. Could be a good time. Alright, so yeah, we just take a couple moments. How did Showtime look during yesterday's group, or during Group B? So he looked good. I mean, 6-0 kind of speaks for himself. He kind of slapped Harstem around. He was very good defensively. I think there was one game which looked a bit scary, but he looked like the best player in that group for sure. Amygdala, El Dorado, and Leylines are going to be the 3 maps to play in this best of 3. As we load on in. Let's get everyone set to go. Who are we missing? Who are we missing? I had 7 people before, no? That's just coming and going. So confused. There's 6. I think we Alright, I'm going to kick this off. It is going to be Amygdala. And get this one up and running. And we head into our opening game of this best of 3. Hero versus Kua. Kua must win this, because if Kua loses, he is out of the group. It will be a fight for Hero and Solo for first place. So can Kua get the win? And then put Hero on the edge of falling out of this group. Very excited for the playoffs of this tournament, by the way, guys. It's looking good. It's looking good. I think we're going to have a good time. As we do have ourselves in the bottom left corner of the map, the red Protoss player to kickstart things here is going to be Hero. Taking on in the top right, the blue Terran from Team Liquid, we've got Kua. What do you guys think? I was actually talking about Hero Kura recently when I was like, oh, I really feel as though, you know, Kura's been a little bit, thing is that Kura's been doing better against Hero lately, right? And then I looked at the results, I was like, oh, apparently not at all. Let me do some research quickly and bring up the recent stats between these guys. As, yo, Merham, thank you so much for the tier 3, first of all. Don't have many of them. Appreciate it. On the 75-month resub. Hope you have a wonderful week. Thank you so much. Hope you have a great week as well. Thank you so much for continuing to support. So yeah, Kua won a couple of series in the Warditv February event against Hero, 3-2 in a qualifier, 2-0 in the group stage. And then, since then, he just went back to losing. 3-2 in a Pigasaur finals, and then 2 Warditv Mondays where he went 0-2, 0-2 against Hero. So he had a bit of a step back against Hero, and then, boom, it's kind of all unfolded again. And this is why I remember talking about it. Because I talked about on Monday when they played in the round of 8 of the Warditv Mondays, and Hero was on a massive winning streak against Kua before then as well, which stretched back to April last year. So this is definitely, in the grand scheme of things, a series which Kua has not been doing great in lately. He's done a bit better more recently, but most recently he has lost. So there is your update on how things are. And where things are at. As we get ourselves the Warp Gate coming through, the Nexus coming up. As we settle down and get into this next game. Factory starts up, a couple of Hellions. Twilight Council coming about and get ourselves going. Just going to be seeing the starport coming through. Hallucination pops. We will see the couple Widow Mines coming. Add a Medevac and Marine onto that as well as the Hellions come down to the bottom left-hand side. Blink very much so continue to come over. Those Hellions will just join up. The Hallucination not doing much, just trying to get some spots in early. Want to see what's going on. What's with throwing a mule off the mineral line in the last moments? So, if a mule expires with minerals in its hand, then those minerals just disappear. So usually, depending on which mineral patch you put it on, a mule will usually die with minerals in its hands, which means that you lose those minerals from the mineral line. So if you turn the mule away from the mineral patch, especially early game and you're paying attention, you've got APM to spare, you turn the mule away from the mineral patch on its last trip, it doesn't pick up those minerals, and so those minerals stay on your base so they can be mined by an SCV. So it's just avoiding mineral waste. It does depend which mineral patch it's on, because obviously different mineral patches have different times to get back and forth to the CC, so it just changes a little bit. And it's something that's very minimal in the grand scheme of things, so it's just in the early game you may as well optimize as much as you need to. Who knows when those 25 minerals in your main are the minerals you need to, you know, to mine up and to build the one extra thing you need in a base trade or something, right? Who knows? Obviously, probably not the case. But why not, when you've got nothing much else going on? Alien's unsuccessful in really finding too much damage here right now. We're gonna see a few Stalkers blinking in this main base, and already starting to find some damage. His hero you can get a whole bunch of these Marines, getting some SCVs on the edge as well. Love what he's finding with the Stalkers so far, seeing a lot of success in the early stages. Again, the order turret goes down. Stalker's still taking a few more shots. The probes come over. Stalkers will fire up once again. Those do have the rope bay. Continue to come through. Nexus coming up also. And Simpack +1 coming about, Colossus and the charge coming over. Let's see how Stalker's hitting the refinery. We'll get rid of that. Second refinery will take some damage as well. Again, these Stalkers really doing their best just to find everything they can to kill a rebuild in the refinery. Minus 75 minerals for Q, unfortunately. Losing out there. Well, the charge coming about, extended thermal lance coming through, Gateway Forge, assimilators all coming up, a couple of additional barracks will finish, taking us to 5 racks in total. Extended thermal lance continuing about, the Templar Archives coming online. Copper pylon down, and produce a couple more medevacs as well, still got that Stimpack and Combat Shield both coming up. Hero just going to have not just Colossus popping out, but he's already got the Templar Archives on the way, so he's making a very good case for his tech in this game. Setting up nicely, putting himself into some fun positions, and should give him a lot of tools to work with in the foreseeable future. As the Observer just sat overhead on the third, so you know roughly what you're working with or against there. And he's working his way through the rocks to open up the gold base for future endeavors as well, so he gets that up and running. You see the bio is going to start moving out, so Q obviously saying, well, it's kind of my time to shine. Let's see how Stalker's going to get whacked, a bit of damage done. Fire coming around, so again we just make our way over for a couple of moments. Regathering, resettling. That storm going to be finished up in a couple of moments too, so we continue to bring that through as well as everything else. The Stalker in that bottom side, just going to clean that up. A couple of High Templar coming over as well. Continue to bring that through for the moment. And the Bioforce will continue to step through for the moment. So again, just going to step over for a little bit right now. A little bit of a push right there. Now going to be seeing Stormers going behind the mineral line to try and protect this, but the gold looks as though it's in some trouble. So he's just really focusing on this right now. Seems to be his choice. Just going to try and get that settled. As a little bit of bio taking some damage. We do see Zeld's going to start charging forward. They are going to come through and start hit this mineral line. Bunker taking some shots as well. A couple High Templar coming about, and Immortal on its way. 3 additional ghosts coming up as well, as that's a good storm onto the bio. Help to push some of it back. With a reasonable storm, the Zelds will fall. And that Colossus still trying to make its way forward here, as we do just see a couple of the Zelds getting taken down in the end. So it's going to get those grabbed on top of everything else. Focus blinking, we're just going to turn, we continue to trade nicely. Two coming up, add those ghosts in, the Widow Mines added on as well. Still got the bio, the Vikings all gathering up, and we have ourselves a little bit of pressure continuing through. The unit's going to get through the center there, and the rock's going down. It's just going to open up that space. Pop the Guardian Shield, we have the Hallucination coming over. The Command Center going to be in some trouble. Yeah, I mean, Hero now obviously able to try and control this space. He's got so much tech, man. The fact he's going to have Storms available as well as the Colossus, it's that combination which is so scary to deal with. The MP there was decent, though. The Storm was actually also good, however. There's another Storm available. Do we get the Storm? Do we get the EMP? We get the Storm off. Cure not landing those EMPs as he needs to. He needs to really try and shut down those High Templar just trailing around on their own to the sides. Like, they're definitely EMP-able. Yeah, we lose 2 ghosts on the ramp there. In fact, they turn around. We're going to pull in from multiple directions. The SCVs get involved. Stalkers blink back, get through those SCVs ASAP, and then we can try and focus onto the army. Cure loses 40 workers, so a serious investment to have a chance of breaking through this force. Is it working? The army supply Cure starts to drop, but he will get through the important tech units here. The Colossus going down. The Stalkers are going to be all that's left from Hero. He's down a lot of army supply, but Cure gave up almost everything. Only 17 SCVs remain. He's not even going to try and go across the map. He's actually just going to say GG. Wow. Hero going to take it with that one. And it's going to be up a game in this best of 3. Game 2 coming over here in a few moments. Then we'll get that set up in just a few moments. Get this ready to rumble. As we're going to go into El Dorado for our second map. We're hosting this up, so we'll get that started. And see if Hero can knock Akira out of contention here. That'd be good for us to give us another Zerg. In fact, that would be 2 Protoss, 2 Terrans, and 2 Zergs in the playoffs at the end of today. If Hero falls, and Hero and Solar will be guaranteed to advance. Tomorrow's group's really fun as well. I actually think Mana, Classic, Lambo, and Bunny has a lot of potential to be very fun and interesting. So I think that's going to be a wild time. Excited for that as well. It's turned out to be a great tournament. I'm actually really enjoying it. Fantastic stuff so far. Fantastic. Again, appreciate you all tuning in and helping us make this one a great one too, guys, and enjoying it with us. Let's go into El Dorado, game number 2 of this best of 3. And we have, of course, Hero Solar coming up after this to round out the day. It's been a good, honestly, good length games as well. Like, usually we've been getting to 3 hours. I'm like, well, guys, it's been nice casting, but that was 3 hours of Starcraft. That's all we got. We got another best of 3 to go. We're 3.5 hours deep. Loving it. Alright, bottom right side, able to get the job done by forcing his opponent into that SCV pull to play the defense. It is Hero in the bottom right corner of El Dorado. Bottom left, our blue Terran player from Team Liquid. We've got Cure. Hope Lambo makes it. 3 Zergs would be nice. 3 Zergs would be crazy. Unheard of, in fact. As the probe nibbles at the SCV, get some damage done. So far, so good. Probe and the SCV gonna go back and forth. Cybercore coming through the orbital and the Reaper coming about. Reaper dropping a grenade, a couple of probes getting chased about for a few moments. As you have the Reaper continuing after the probe for a couple of moments, then Stalker coming over, Reaper taking hits. Reaper is going to go down. Obviously the bunker up, but that's not going to be very useful if there's no Reaper involved. There is a second Reaper coming, but I mean, to lose one Reaper off your proxy right from the start... No! Cancel the salvage! Wow, you should never get a salvage off in this day and age. Stalker could have easily had that. You shoot it once, that's minus, well, I guess it's salvage. I guess you gotta keep something there hitting it, otherwise you can try and re-salvage, right? Because it just cancels the salvage, right? So you stop salvaging, but you can salvage it again. So I guess he didn't want to keep the Stalker there. Reaper still moving about. Again, the Twilight Council gateway continue to come up. Our warp gate coming through. Let's get that settled down as the couple of Widow Mines will be popping out of the factory in the next few moments. Destination obviously just check what's up. She's like, sure, Widow Mines, fire on me. I've seen everything I need to see. Cool. Fun. Well, I'm going to see the barracks pulling back. Tech Lab comes in. She's going to be seeing the hallucination still coming in to chase a little bit as well. Stalker's going to try and hit the medevac as we try and play denial on the Widow Mine drop. We've got rid of medevac, which means that we will eventually get rid of this Widow Mine force. We just need to try and deal with this ASAP right here. There's one Widow Mine left to fire, and the Stalker's going to die to it. So it's actually not that great. We lose 6 workers overall, and we've got 2 Widow Mines walking into the natural. So here we're actually going to take some pretty serious damage early on here. The probes pulling onto the natural Widow Mine is not going to be a success. 8 dead workers. 6 mines and a medevac. And actually 1 mine is, I was going to say, firing again soon, but it will get killed off. 6 mines, a medevac, and a Reaper. 9 probes and a Stalker. I mean, this is actually a very good opening from Kua. It's expensive still on Kua's side, but it is a good hit to Hero's economy. He will not afford as much as he might usually at this stage of the game. I guess the nice thing is that he can just go across the map, though. There's no way there's anything else coming after 6 Widow Mines. Well, a Raven, sure, but that means that there's even less back at home, surely. Well, we step forward. It's going to be having the Marine going down. We're going to fight. Couple probes taking damage. The Stalker's going to fight as well. SCV will go down. Probe facility charge on the way about as we have 5 more probes dropping. Man, Hero's having a nightmare, man. He's losing so many workers in this game as he tries to take the Nexus on the gold on the bottom side of the map. But yeah, he's been taking an absolute beatdown on the workers, and this is the kind of game where you expect Q to kind of show up with like stim and like just way too much bio, so I guess we'll see what potentially happens as the tank and the Marines gather on up, hanging around for the moment. Again, charge will be finishing shortly. The Forge and the Gateway coming about as well. Probe's going to mine away. Again, a couple of racks coming through. Combat Shield +1 coming up as well. Our Robo Bay, our Gateway, continue to come up for the moment, so we just get that underway. We get that all started. This Marines and the Medevac still moving over as well. It's just going to step across as we have a few more warp-ins coming by. And we just have ourselves the game settling finally, and you know, that's good for Hero because, man, he was just getting workers killed left, right, and center. There is going to be a double drop down to the bottom side from Cure, a drop to the top right as well, so looking for the multi-prong as this observer. We'll see this unload. A stim towards the central watchtower, so we can actually meet this little move forward with a lot of units because we saw it coming. However, the drop toward the main base, I think Kira is going to find Hero. Yep, going to have to warp in against, but only one Stalker so far. Now a couple of Zealots. And against that Medevac heal, and you're probably going to need a little bit more than that as we start to lose some workers already. We're going to drop the recall here. That's an expensive cooldown to put on, you know, it's a big ability to put on cooldown right away. It takes the other gold base, by the way. His fourth is going down on the 6 o'clock gold. That is a choice. It's very interesting. Alright, Hero gonna try and make this happen, taking some bases. A bit of bio there, gonna kill Stalk on the watchtower. We try and find this Medevac unit. They will lift up. The blink is good though. Clean that out. The Zealot's dealing a good bit of damage here as well, as Hero doing a good job just pulling back and putting some more work in. Good force field goes behind a Marauder to stop that from pulling about as well. Job well done so far. Bio gathering, still gonna see the SDVs mining away. We'll hang out in the center, gonna get another base going as Hero, so he's successfully currently on 2 gold bases, which is really incredible. That's gonna be a boom of economy for him. And now taking this as a 5th. Prism overhead has a Colossus inside as well, as we do see a little bit of a run into this bottom base. Cannon there, a few warp-ins, and now the rest of the army coming over. The good thing is, though, for Kira is that Hero defending the bottom does not give him a lot of aggressive opportunity because Kira's bases are at the top of the map, so it's not easy to kind of swing from top to bottom. You have to do it right in the middle, so it gives you a lot of time preparing to play defense or to make your opponent spend a lot of time moving around even. Is one way to look at that as well, so kind of where that goes as the Disruptor. 2-1 upgrades, Dark Shrine. Coming up right now, just going to see our cannon on the way. Extra gateways coming up. Continue to bring that through as the 2 upgrades in the Ghost Academy. Getting some Ghost producing. A missile turret and a CC coming up as well. So army still very much so gathering in right here as the Bioforce, the Woodland Mines, the Ghost, the Medevac, the Vikings all gathering for the moment. Chunk of more gates down at the Dark Shrine. And see, what I'm worried about here for Kira is that you're still on 3 bases. And the Protoss is just starting to do whatever the hell he wants. So what do we do about that? I mean, is it okay to just go to 3 base, to go to a 4th base as kind of casually as you are without doing much? It's probably not the end of the world, but it doesn't feel great. Now, Hero doesn't have a lot of units right now. Like, he's not actually maxed. He's got a fair amount of money in the bank, and again, so much of his investment right now is in infrastructure and tech. he doesn't need to be maxed right now because Q is not doing anything, so that doesn't really matter at the moment, you know? So that's definitely an issue I kind of foresee for Q, is that Hero knows that he doesn't have to be maxed out. He hasn't wasted time adding on all those units. Instead, he's bettering his army and his tech for later in this game. And that puts you into... I mean, Hero's taking that base. That's kind of like slapping you in the face, Q. That's meant to be your base as the army sets up on the top side. Hero gets ready for an attack into the top left. Zealots unloading SCVs will get jumped on. We're going to make a dive forward. Stork's going to blink through. Wouldn't mind will go off. Can we get rid of this planetary? We just added this fourth base on, and Hero assassinates it just like that. Now Zealots and DT's already in the main. We've lost 19 workers. We're going to go for an upgrade here. We might deny the +2 attack upgrade. Meanwhile, the main army is still pushing forward. +2 attack is denied. So that's a big upgrade lost, and now a huge disruptor shot on top of it. So damage upon damage here as the Stalkers continue through. The Sense Tower falls, and Hero striking very nicely so far as he is putting himself in a great position. He's up a game in this series. A win here eliminates Q from the tournament as well, and it would be Solar versus Hero just to decide who does win this group versus who takes second place for sieging purposes. The Stalkers come back across. A couple of the Vikings getting shot down as they try to find the Colossus, but I mean, don't get me wrong, Q's army is still sizable and good, but he needs to take an incredible fight now because there's no room for error. Hero has money to rebuild. Q's economy is going to be absolutely trashed in comparison. So at this point, Q just has to go, win a fight and win it convincingly. Preferably win it on your opponent's side of the map. If you win it on Hero's side of the map, it means that he does not have a lot of time or as much time to warp in and kind of rebuild that army. Compared to if you fight here, Hero has time to rebuild and recollect. Let's see what happens. We dive back in. We've been trying to take this fight a couple times over here as Hero. The Disruptors just get sacrificed. The Colossus will not last long because there's that many Vikings. Hero's army is dropping extremely fast. New Disruptors need to do something as the DTs show up as well. The Disruptors do not land. The DTs have to blink away, and Hero needs to buy himself some time. The Medivacs are super low energy and HP, so maybe just more and more Zealots will get the job done. I mean, this army is low HP, but it's still packing a punch, almost double the army supply from Q, whose one all-in push just needs to get work done. Hero can give up some bases. He's got bases all over the map, and that's the problem that Q sits in right now, is that he's in a position where you gotta just keep going, and there's not really a lot of time to stop, because one base doesn't get the job done. This base is everywhere. There's economy all over the shop right here, and that is going to make it truly a challenge. A shame that Hero had completely no control on his Disruptors. They really just wandered into that army. The reinforcing ones getting caught up as he does take the fight now, surrounding through the Zealots and DTs, trying to capitalize on, again, the lack of health and the lack of energy available. The Prism, I think, survives to get the warping off. Again, this is just a Terran army that's on fire. Yellow, orange, and red all across the health bars. As we see our Stalkers continue to chase, the Medivacs will start to do some heal, and a few new ones arrive. Finally, something that can bring this Terran army back up to health. But what Hero has done is he's made massive strides towards actually slowing this Terran army from growing. Like, this Terran army is no longer an unreachable amount of army supply away. This is a much more approachable Terran army than what it once was. And now Hero can realistically get tech units back on the field and get those back into action to truly take a good fight in the next few moments, I would imagine. As 2 Colossus join in, plus 3 armor will be finished, and he'll be an entire set of upgrades ahead as well. So that's going to be massive for Hero in this second game of the series. Yeah, I think the next fight is going to see Hero with a bigger army and a better army. Whereas before, Hero definitely had the bigger army, and arguably the better army too, because size really does count for a lot in that scenario. I mean, again, Hero was kind of fighting with purely Zealots, but it's not really the case now, as I think he has weathered the storm necessary to give himself a shot at this. So we step on forward. Good EMPs hitting the Colossus. 2 of the 3 get their shields removed instantly, but there's no follow-up. There's only 2 Vikings in the sky, so the tech is missing to really go any further. That's the main base relocated as that orbital gets shot at. It's going to get turned away. Hero saying, nuh-uh, you do not get to take a 4th base. Not like that. Not in this game. The rest of the bio just gathering up. A couple Disruptors going to step on through. Vikings and Ghosts continuing in. A Marauder or 2 as well. Wouldn't mind will go off as we step forward here. Missile turret will fall. Ghost taking some damage. We do drop an EMP. So Orbital Command also gets shot down for the moment. More army into the center. We'll see the Zealot and a couple of DTs coming through. The EMP lands on a couple of the Ghosts. And as we come around the other side, one Ghost gets shot down. DT still swiping. Apparently don't have scans because we gave up one of the orbitals. GG! And it is going to be Hero to go 2-0 over Cure to close out this second game, and hence the series. And that means it will be Hero and Solar advancing out of this group. Now just a question of whether it'll be... or who will be in first place and who will be in second place. I'm going to figure that out in a few moments. Alright, so Solar versus Hero PvZ coming up. Thanks, Cyril, for the raid. Welcome, everybody. You caught us, I think, during a pretty fun end of the game, as it definitely got tense there. It did feel as though Q had an opportunity and had some chances to make things happen. As we'll get our final series of the day on the way up. Some Protoss versus Zerg coming through in these next few moments. And get ready to kick off into this final matchup. So we will get a going. Kick this away. Who goes to Solar? Vito's Amygdala. And we'll get a couple more videos in. Figure out our map. Get ready to kick this off. Shout out to the Korean server, holding up today as well. Always scary when you got the full day on career, and nowadays you never know what's going to happen on career, but it's been working out. We've been holding out here. Big fan of that. Whispers of Gold gets vetoed. Leylines gets vetoed. A lot of the PvZs play on Persephone. A lot of them let that through the map vetoes. They seem to like that. Sandworm vetoed by Hero. Ultralove vetoed by Solus. So we're going to see at least one of Persephone or Killer's Mile make it to the map order. What does Hero want to veto here for the final veto before we get some map picks? Hero's style, by the way, in that PvT is so frustrating to play against, because, like, he's up in your face, and, like, you feel like you're like, well, I can take some good fights, I'll just take it slow. I'm not going to run out onto the map while he's right there being aggressive. And then Hero has, like, every base on the map. Obviously, in this game, he went gold base 3rd, gold base 4th. In the end, is eventually... like, he's just everywhere with the expansions. The rate at which he expands is ridiculous. It's what killed Ryung in that earlier game as well. It's really kind of crazy, as Frostline is the final veto. So we're going to have Persephone and Killer's Mile both in this, map pool, alongside Leylines. No, Leylines vetoed, alongside El Dorado. Persephone gonna be the opening map. Like I said, this map seems to get a lot of PvZ on it. Interesting. Second map, Killer's Mile, and the third map will be El Dorado. So there you go. Fun little order of maps coming up for us here as we get into Persephone to start us off on our final series. So this is straight up just a fight for first place. Both of them currently 2-0 in the group. Winner will advance. It means the Kia finishes 3rd place for $100 and Ryung 4th place for $50. And obviously this is just a seeding difference into the thingy. Into the playoffs. Sorry, I was just trying to multitask and my brain lost track of where we were at. 6 casters, I believe, is where our players say go, go. And so we will not wait around. We will indeed go, go. Alright, let's get into Persephone here. We get this one up and running. In the top left-hand corner of our map, we are going to have the blue Protoss player. This is Hero. Takes on the red Zerg in the bottom left corner of the map. We've got Solar And we've got one more best of 3 for you guys today. Thank you for joining us, and we have got an aggressive Protoss. It's not that aggressive. It's just a very fast probe scout to play the hatch block. He wants to forestall onto the off-position base. I saw the second probe going down. I was like, I don't know why I'm saying this is so aggressive, but there we go. So probe just coming down the map. Away we go as we try to see what we will be doing. So we get set up, we get going, we get started. Gateway coming about. Simulator on the way in. I'm just going to chase the probe, taking a couple of shots. Obviously, the extractor coming through, so hatch gas going to be the choice. We actually take this base right over here. This feels quite far away now. From here to here. Seems quite a distance. Solo's been playing a lot of aggressive stuff lately as well, if you're not aware. He's been playing pretty much, I wouldn't say exclusively, but he's been heavily leading into a lot of the Ling Hydra pressure, Roach Ravager attacks. 60 drones seems to be his cap in this matchup a lot of the time. That's definitely been Solo's kind of lifestyle in this matchup as of late, the last 2-3 weeks. But it's been working. It's been working very well. And obviously the ability to throw a few different type of attacks into play does a lot for you as well. So definitely helps out in that regard. Stargate the choice from Hero, no surprises there. Very much so the gold standard of the PvZ matchup to go Stargate, get the Oracle out and play that. As that is indeed some lag. I'm gonna... I cursed it. I said the Marine server was... I said the Korean server have been good to us today, and then tries to die upon me. Looks like it might be okay now. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. Alright, we'll see how it goes, see if anything happens. That comes across. Obviously, would love to get in and try and deal some damage. One of the things that Hero does to really maximize his consistency in this matchup is he's so good at dealing damage early in the game. Adepts, Oracles combining to get through and to kill some workers off, put some work in. Obviously, the Stalker is going to be able to get the Overlord, so we'll get rid of that already. Overlord will go down. There's a few Spores and Queens continue up. The Adept's going to get there as Zergling drops as well. And the Oracles just continue to make their way over for the moment, so again, doing everything we can to set this up. Oracle coming about. Get that ready to go. And the Oracle will just drop in a Revelation, get that underway. Get that started here. As you see the couple of Queens coming over, just going to go jump toward the Oracle and get that rolling. Again, +1 and Blink continue to come about. Just going to be seeing the Adepts continuing on through. As, yeah, Queen's coming around as well. Everything getting set up here for a few moments and looking good while we're doing it. Definitely gonna fire. A couple of queens taking some shots. I think it's actually going to get them a counterattack, though. And they're going to get rid of a Stalker and try and get the probes as well, so seeing what we can do. Things going down again. The drones and the lag continue to come up and online here. As you just see our Blinking Apple S1 continue to come up as well, so we continue to get that underway. Just for the moment. RHB coming through, the Overlord's coming about. A couple of things continue to move about. The Overseer. +2 on the way and a couple of Oracles coming down. And the Oracle's coming over. Actually spotting that Spy as a big scout, so Hero able to notice straight away what Solar is trying to get up to. Figuring out pretty much immediately. And the Oracle coming about, the Roach Speed coming over for a couple of moments. Just going to try and find even more in this bottom right corner. Zevany's fun because it doesn't really get any smaller of a map. You can really expand the way that we're expanding right here, and it goes very interestingly. Seeing the Stalkers all continue to come around then and continue to get set up. As the Oracle drops a Revelation in. 11 meters continue to come through. And yeah, melee, missile, flyer attacks coming up as well. Ready to basically just try and be very aggressive, I imagine, here. The Lings, the Roaches continue to come across. Let's try and fly in, but the defense is good initially. Obviously, this was a Stargate opening, so that does make it a bit interesting as the Lings. The Roach is going to step up at the same time. Good first Storms hitting a lot of the Lings, taking a lot of that pressure away. Stalkers once again playing a good defense so far, just getting that set up. And yeah, +1 flyer attack coming through, the Lings and the Mutas coming up, +3 attack, +1 armor coming in as well as we drop another Revelation down. Storm comes in, a couple of Storms across the board, actually going to be pretty reasonable there as we do see the army of Solar. The problem with Solar's army is it does not do well against a teched army. And the larger that this teched army becomes from Hero, the more difficult it's going to be for Solar to make something happen. Like, Solar's army gets no bigger than right now. He's maxed out. So his army gets no bigger. It doesn't really get any better. Let's dive into the main. A couple of cannon shots are going to be reasonable. Some of those mutas already fallen as we escape through that left side. The Stalkers and High Templars moving about as well. Yeah, the Zerglings going down, so you see a bunch of those going down. Oracles being chased. These mutas just walking into Stalkers as we do see the wraparound. The mutas is going to come from the north side. The Ling Roach from everywhere else. There's more Stalkers from the top. And apparently that's enough so far for Hero to just power his way through. He's on 2-1 upgrades now. Just finished that armor upgrade. It's a pretty powerful group of Stalkers. But the Archons mixed in there as well. They do so much of the splash against the Lings, so just getting rid of that frontline kind of defense. That wall of Zerglings does not really stand up for very long at all. As we get rid of a couple more Mutalisks, some more damage being done there. couple transfusions coming in. The Muta's taking some damage. A couple of those Mutas already taking shots. Storks continue to fight. The Archon nearby. The Ling Roach Queen army will continue to step forward. It's another nice storm coming through. We're just going to be seeing another storm coming down on the Mutas. Is it enough for Solar in the end? It obviously felt as though, it obviously felt initially as though Hero's doing a great job of pushing. In the end, we're actually losing a lot more of these Mutas as well, so maybe we are still going to see Hero coming out okay at the end of this. His forward 4th base is going to drop. I wonder why he takes this base rather than the other base. Because it's out of position. Doesn't look quite right, does it? Either it's out of position or the circle on the ground's out of position, one or the other. As Yo Dominator, thank you by the way, 49-month resub on the Prime as we pull back, trying to protect those couple High Templars. We ideally want to either Storm or morph the Archon. Gonna have to morph the Archon. He does it last second to at least give himself a chance. The Storm's gonna fight. The Mutas are gonna be going down. Just gonna see those chased away. The couple of Zealots to move about. Another storm just coming through. Mutas still getting chased away. Stalker's pulling forward again. A couple of those Mutas getting pushed off over to the side. And we're going to see the Mutas continue to be chased about. The Zealot's coming over. Zergling's going down as well. We'll see the Mutalists still being pushed back down the right side. I'm going to get rid of this hatchery. 5th base going down. I think Hero in the end is stabilizing well enough. There was a couple moments where it looked like Solo was maybe going to have enough here. Just going to be seeing the Mutas continue to take some damage. Stalker's going to hit. A lot of Mutas taking damage. Just going to be seeing a couple of similars going down as well. Again, Roach Ravager coming through, plus 1 missiles coming about. I mean, this is going to get across. A couple of Zealots will begin to go down, so some of those Zealots taking damage. The Roach Ravager coming up. Extra Zealots coming over. Stalker's going to fight. A few of those Mutas getting turned around. Once again, it's hard to see these Mutas doing enough. Solo's going a bit more into the Roach Ravager force now, and he is going to hit the right side, so that 4th base again for Hero in a little bit of trouble as he's focusing his efforts on this left-hand side. Extra round of Stalkers warping in from Hero here. They should be able to step up and fight the Roach Ravager as well. Is it enough, though? Right now, the Roach Ravager might be getting enough done to make this a solo victory at the end of it all. We have got some Storms available on these High Templars. They will drop onto the Mutas, but then the High Templars go down, and that's the last of our tech for Hero currently. Stalkers play backwards, taking Mutas down as they go. It's actually still kind of difficult to call. Like, Hero's not minding off the 4th base, but he's killing the bottom right base of his opponent at the same time. A few Zealots there are going completely unchecked currently. Solo's only on 55 drones, so his economy is really not exactly ideal. With a couple of warp-ins, he's going to start overwhelming this fight. Solo had to pull away from this one. Now his supply drops quickly, and Hero is going to stabilize in the end. Fantastic. Wow. GG's. Great defense in the end from Hero. Scrappy all over. It's a Hero kind of game. It's the kind of game Hero excels in a game where he's, pushed to play all around the map. I really thought Solo was going to get it done at a couple of points, but just wasn't quite the case. As we go GG's and head into a game 2 on Killer's Mile. Like I say, a couple of our TLMC maps coming through for today's final series. This one hosted as soon as we can. Take a moment or two. And we will be off into this. Alright, players ready. Let's kick this off. And we will go into game number 2. Killer's Mile is... Man, I really felt like Soul was going to do. Like, I really didn't think he was for a while. And I was like, no, actually, this is it. Like, he's getting it done. He's there. Ah, so close. So very nearly. Not quite in the end. Hero is able to take the 1-0 lead as they fight for the first place on this... Yeah, as they fight for first place in this group. Top right, taking the 1-0 advantage is going to be the blue Protoss player, Hero. And the bottom left. Great effort, not quite enough in the end. It is Solar. To get up and rolling. So, in game 2, Killer's Mile. I get this underway. Just gonna see the drone nibbling at the probes. A little bit of damage being dealt. We got a gateway down. Nothing too crazy yet as we obviously force that hatch off of location for a little bit, if nothing else. Tractor comes in. Probe's gonna move about. Looking good for the moment. Has been a really good set of games today, guys. Really good group. Again, we're back tomorrow with Group D. Same time, same place. It's going to be Bunny, Classic, Mana, and Lambo taken to the stage tomorrow. It's going to be fun. I'm actually really looking forward to that group. I think it's a great selection of players to play against each other. I could see some upsets, honestly. Could see some upsets. I believe. Gonna have ourselves the Stargate about to finish. The probes continuing through Adept, Oracle, Warp Gate, all building for the moment. The Adept continues across as we're gonna go and take some targets, try and hit a couple of the drones here. There goes one drone. That becomes a Spore Crawler just in time. Nice little attempt though. Trying to get the kill from the high ground is very cute. You're very limited in how you can get the kill there, but not a bad attempt of it. See if Hero can finish this out as a couple of Lings will make their way over as well. A couple of Adepts will fire, a couple of Lings taking damage, so a few shots coming through. Drop a little revelation down. The Adepts will try and shade about. Again, drones building. Oracle coming over. Twilight Count's on the way. Had a couple of assimilators in. Mostling is going to work that way to that right side. A couple there coming up, so see what Solo wants to do. Mentioned it at the start of the series, but to me, he's been kind of a 60 drone aggressive player. Adding the mutas in that last game, definitely a nice way to switch it up on a map that I think makes a lot of sense with it. Oracle will gather, the Adepts are going to shade. A couple of Queens going to be there. We'll just chase the Zerglings a little bit as the Adepts jump into the main base. A few of the Zerglings going to try and come through. The Adepts will continue to fight. A couple of those Queens continue to trade as the Adepts will just shade back out to the third base. A couple of those drones continue to go down. And that is going to be those Adepts all going down. The Zerglings getting across there as well. Stalkers, finish the Overlord. And those Oracles will step up. May as well fight. Oracles will take some damage. And that Spore plus the Queen's just going to try and push the Oracle back. I tell you what, Solo's not taking a lot of damage early game. Kills an Oracle. Yeah, I've had Hero lose quite a few Oracles lately. He was not super pretty previously the last couple of days. This is a pretty... I mean, we kill a lot of Lings. We lose the Adepts. Link will be done. Only one Oracle. Okay, there's actually two Oracles to help us with these Stalkers going across the map. I imagine we energy overcharge one back up as well. A few more Stalkers is going to be finishing up. The charge and the +1 coming through. Robot Bear coming about. And the Oracles will gather, drop a Revelation in. Couple of Queens going to get caught. Charge and +1 still coming through. Get another couple of cannons going down. Battery as well. Stalkers continue to build on the front of this base as our Stalkers here step forward. A couple of Queens will take some damage. Creep Team is going down. I was going to grab a Stalker, just going to step through. We will see how Stalker's going to try and fight against a few of those Lings. It's the 60 drone Hydro Ling attack I'm talking about, but right now it's not going very well to start with. We did not make much progress on that one. Hydro Speed is going to finish. The Ling's coming across. +2 attack and charge coming in, plus the extended Thermal Lance as well. A few more Stalkers and the Colossus continue to come up. And we just get back up to that high ground. See a couple of these Hydras going to be in some trouble once more. Pull back again, and a couple of the Lings continue to go down as well. We knock down a pylon. Stalker's still going to come through. A couple of those Hydras. Actually, this is actually going to be interesting because this is going to be a very awkward position for Hero to fight back into. But these Hydras are super committed. The Colossus is huge right now. It does so good damage against the Lings and the Hydras. We're going to recall over to the natural. I mean, the Hydras are still in a good position to fight on that natural. We step back, one Ling in a stasis. Gonna see another Colossus popping up as well. I mean, it's getting very close. Hero Losing a lot. He's going to pull the probes in just to buy a little bit of time. Second Colossus would be huge. The Stalker's pulling forward. 27, 30 workers lost, but if we hold and we're on 2 Colossus, maybe it's okay, because 2 Colossus from here on out is going to be very difficult. 34 probes going down. Station bit, a few hundreds still coming about. And the Ling Hydra continues to come through. That Infestation Pit about to finish up as well. Temple Archives will be finishing very shortly. Add a Colossus on once more. And I mean, can we just do this off of the work account now for Hero? I think yes, because he is on 4 bases. That's a lag spike. Is that us? Is it going to be Inu? It's not meant to be the Korean player crashing on the Korean server. Yep, well, we don't usually use the Korean Craster. Give us a second, he'll drop, and then we'll get back into this. Alright, so back to it. As you see the Colossus gathering, and with those Colossus gathered, obviously, a much easier defense from here on out. And Colossus pulling back, a few Zerglings going down. And we step through a little bit, a couple of probes going down, a couple of Zealots are going to chase. And look, then the Hive coming through. Again, extra Hydras, the +1 missile upgrade coming up as well. We had a Creep Tumor on. The rest of those Hydras pulling back down to the bottom as we're going to drop a hatchery down into the frontier. Try and put that into position for the next few moments. And 3 more Vipers coming up, the extra Hydras and Lings coming through. Had a missile upgrade on, Lurker Den as well. The Stalker still gathering up in the center of the map. Storm coming through, again, probes and gateways continuing to produce. And those Zealots are going to go around that bottom right-hand side, so try and see what we can do over there as the couple of gates settle into the center. With the tech coming online from Sol, it's going to be a very different game from him. But Hero's going to get good tech too, and like I say, he's on 4 bases. He got to 4 bases fairly swiftly considering the state of the game. It's funny, Solo pretty much did enough damage just to kind of justify his commitment. And both players are going to play into the next stage from a pretty reasonable position here, I would say. Hydra coming about, the Lurk is gathering as well. Storm going through, the +3 missile, +3 attack upgrade coming up also. Cybercore Fleet Beacon also on the way in. We do see our Stalkers trying to fight, the Lurk is going to be there. Firing back as well. Those 2 high tempers still move about. Again, Ling Lurker will move around. We just see the Lurker's going to unburrow, reburrow. Lurker's never going to be easy to deal with. See how we can do this here. As obviously, the Colossus are going to be prime targets for those abducts. You need to really try and protect those with the High Templars. High Templars just died to the Lurkers, so there's not going to be any High Templars to feed back with for now. So I was trying to find a poke around and trying to find a little bit of a way in, but not really too successful just yet. Well, that's one way to get rid of a Viper, but we do sit here with now no Colossus left over. I mean, that was kind of inevitable. Mothership is going to be popping from Hero, something that does a lot for you at this kind of stage of the game a lot of the time lately. Six probes going down, the Lurkers move up, the Nexus begins to take some damage. We will have... I mean, this base is going to fall, but we're going to kill bases at the same time. We are base trading as Hero, and I do not hate it at all. He's going to knock down bases quickly. There's a lot of Zealots over here that are going to cause some trouble too, so multiple locations going to come under fire. Mothership actually going to provide a defense here because we didn't have an Overseer, so no detection. We lose 2 bases already as Solar. Can we actually break in here? There's only a handful of Lurkers, so yeah, I think we might get ourselves base number 3 on this attack. Do we have a recall home, or maybe we just leave right now before it gets a little bit too surrounded? Storms can be used to try and defend. May as well drop those storms because the High Templar are looking to be in trouble. Wow, Hero gets 2 bases, gets out without losing much at all. And obviously, like I said, he lost 1 base, but he's on 4 base himself. He's now 4 versus 3 bases in this game, and Solar might be saying that this is close to being all-in time. This might just be close to being all-in time right now. Knock a Nexus down on the right side. We are going to try and step up over here. A couple Archons going to fire. The Zealots are going to set up. Storms, we'll look to see what they can do. 1 Storm, 1 to the Lurkers. The Hydra's taking shots. Lurkers taking a whole bunch more damage as we just see the Archon gathering as well. There is the Overseer. Also taking damage right now as the Tempest going to shoot. We turn around the other way. Lurker's going to get pushed to the left. There goes 1 Tempest. We're still pushing forward. The Archon and the Immortal kind of on their own. Abduct the Immortal. What are we doing? We base trading again? Yes, we are, says Hero. Across the map, he goes for the base trade round 2. Well, he's going to have another Tempest popping out in his base. If Solar has to come back home again, it's going to become pretty rough. We've got a Spire on the way. What can we do? We're going to try and get up towards this base. We leave a few units over towards the Natural. They're not going to do too much. A couple of Zealots and an Archon. This base will go down. All the drones are long distancing that base over there. If you realize that here as Hero, he's going to see all the drones. Can he intercept them? He might be able to storm right here and hit a lot of the drones as they transfer through. Would have hit the Lurkers as well. Would have been a great storm, but he doesn't find it. He now drops the Time Warp. He's going to focus his storms on the engagement. As the storms come across the Hydras, the drones just run back through to their death. And we are going to be seeing Solar just too busy trying to deal with this army to look after his drones right now. 28 workers dead. And Hero on the Natural of his opponent in prime position. A lot of the Hydras starting to come back, though. Can we stick around here? What's the recall timer on? It's available, so we can recall if we need to. We pull back. Obviously, the concern right now is going to be, as we abduct a Tempest that will not die, I'm going to say the concern right now is units coming back and joining back up. There's actually quite a lot of Zerg. A lot of the Protoss production is still back at home in production. I think Hero should have just cut his losses and recalled. Well, I don't know if it was cutting his losses. I think he should have just recalled already. As this Mothership is going to try and fight, a couple of Immortals will try and do their thing. What are we going to do? Do we have a cloaking? We have a cloaking! There's no detection again! We are not in possession of an Overseer. Oh my goodness, the High Templar from the other side drop a storm. They're going to have another. We're going to clean it up. There's no detection available. Mothership MVP. -400, -400, my booty. As Hero takes the 2-0 in this best of 3. Man, we have had great games today. That was another really fun one. God, that was genuinely a super fun day of games. I think that was the best group of StarCraft we've had in a long time. Don't you agree, Ellie? Ellie? Don't you agree, baby? Yeah, you liked them games, didn't you? You thought they were good. Yeah, me too, babes. Me too. What, you want to come and say hi? You want to say hi to the stream? Someone donated for your treats earlier. Hey? Come on then, come say hello. Guys, if you think this puppy is cute, you can use your Prime sub today to support her treats, toys, and lovely lifestyle. It's not easy being a cute pupper. So, like I say, support today with your Twitch Primes. and you could make this puppy very happy. Good girl. Thank you. Yeah, you can go now. Yeah, I'll pay you your cut later. No one's subscribed yet. Oh, there you go. You got one sub. That's like a pack of treats. Yeah, it's a good deal. Yo, thank you so much, Premiere, for the 23-month resub on the Prime. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for watching, guys. What a great day of StarCraft. That was super fun. Really enjoyed it. Yeah, today was awesome. Super awesome. Beautiful. All right. Thank you so much for watching. We're back tomorrow. Bunny Classic, Hero, Lambo, and Mana. Bunny Classic, Mana, Lambo. That's going to be tomorrow, so look forward to that. I'll see you guys here for that tomorrow. Nothing else to say. Great day of StarCraft 2. I'll run a set of ads on the outro. They help to support the stream. One last thing I want to say is if you do enjoy the Warditv tournaments, this one's sponsored by Crate Entertainment, so thank you so much, Crate. I'll put the link for them in the Twitch chat. But obviously, Warditv tournaments, including our upcoming Spring Championship, are powered by you guys. If you guys want to support, check out the Patreon page. Patreon.com/Warditv. 100% of your pledges on Patreon go directly into tournament prize pool money. So if you pledge $5 on Patreon, $5 will end up in the pocket of a StarCraft 2 player. We guarantee it. So do check out that on Patreon. Patreon.com/Warditv. You can check that out. We'd love to have you help support more tournaments. Right, guys. I'll leave you on that. You guys have a great rest of your day, and I'll see you tomorrow for Group D of the Boomer Bash.